Right, as far as I can work out, I don't think there's anything else we can do. I don't know where these are. Zevlor and Mull. Arabella's parents we can progress later. Find the night songers down in the Temple of Shah. Search the cellar. Decide what to do with the Book of Necromancy. We found a strange name, the Necromancy of Thay. What should we do with it? I thought we'd already looked through that book. Search the cellar. Decide what to do. Did we have to do something with that book? Where is that book? Necromancy of Thay. Chav's got hold of it. Read or drop.
You've seen much of the book, but its most powerful secrets are guarded by indecipherable glyphs. Without a key, they may be locked away forever.
Without a key, okay. So we can't do anything with that. Fine. Parks and Docker, thank you for 78 months. Alright, we can't do anything with that book right now. I'm not at home. We made it to the final page, but it's indecipherable. We need to find a way to read it. There must be a way to reach the end. Right. So that's not progressible yet. Shadow of the Cursed Lands. I don't know where these two are. We've been all around this map, but I don't know where they are. So I'm thinking... So what was here? Is that a dead end? Oh, that was the... Yeah, that was the other way in, wasn't it? There's the mountain pass. I'm thinking we just have to progress things now. Chris, for you, thank you for 74 months. Which means, I guess, travelling down to... Gauntlet of Shah? What was the Verge of Shadows? You know that pool of water? This. I'm wondering, is it time to go through this? The Shadowfell entrance. What do you think? Is there anything else that we can do before we go through there and make changes to the world? Balthasar doesn't want to talk with us right now. I don't know why. Confronts the paladins chasing Karlach. She joined our search for a cure of the parasites. Rescue Zariel's asset from Moonrise Towers. Hang on a minute, we haven't done that. Zora appeared in the form of a projection to inform us the Absolute Cult abducted an infernal asset. We should find and release them. Will's very soul hangs in the balance. Ah. So there's something we need to do in the Moonrise Tower yet. Maybe we just have to go up there and kill everybody. Bobsy, no worries, mate. No worries at all.
Don't waste a step.
Maybe we just have to have a massive combat here. Find and release them. I'd love to take out these scry and eyes again.
My brothers helped the trains too. Same as me. I admit it.
The absolute causes us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
I'm just going to stand everybody still here.
It's good to be alive.
Get Karlak and see if we can find an opportunity to smash one of these things. Let's see what happens. Need to do it when nobody's watching. Oh, no, it's coming back. Is it going in here? Do it in here. Oh, is it not coming in here? You little scumbag.
The Chosen's blood. What is it? Now that would be a...
Did you ever find out what was living uses the walls in? No, that's what I kind of want to know. I feel like maybe this place here we have to attack. I don't know. We can't deal with Throm upstairs. Where did that eye go?
They bloody killed them. What now? What we next? Not if you keep them lips clapped together. Quiet. Just
Like a vandal.
All right.
If that eye comes to here, there's a possibility we could kill it here. This bit is not overlooked.
Tea shop.
If it comes to this bit, we'll smash it. He's level 11. Thorm is also invulnerable to damage. I don't know. I feel like we have to do something in this tower.
Invisible me.
Check the walls above the prison cells. That's what I can give you as a tip. And go back to look. The walls above? Oh, yeah, I remember being up there. We had to walk around there, but maybe there's something more to it.
The dreams.
They wouldn't admit it.
The absolute calls us all to her design.
Does that eye not come
Your
up here?
family will answer. Not used to lying low.
Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, he saw it.
She belongs to everyone, Gibbs. That's the point.
Okay. Well, we're not doing that, because apparently that guy can see it. Next Friday, legit Rob, I think. Assuming it's not a day one mess. We'll see.
While I'm at it.
I was a farrier in Dissaring Valley.
Is that blood?
And the dreams came.
No.
Right,
Never
how
mind.
did we get into the prison cell again?
Same as me. They wouldn't admit it.
The absolute calls us all to her design.
Staircase.
Your family will answer.
What was that staircase? There it is.
Light on my feet.
Yeah, I think Prey and Soul starts on Wednesday.
It is impossible to keep the garment clean down here.
You'll find it all the harder once we're off on the march.
If you think I'm walking all the way to Baldur's Gate without a litter, you don't know me at all.
Oh, of course. Perhaps our prisoners will be your bearers. Find you from nowhere.
Wait, I didn't look in here. Where does that go? Scroll of false life.
Quite ready for you. This will come in handy. Have a lot on my mind. in it. Let's have a look. One day I'll catch a break.
A scroll of whole person and a scroll of speak with the dead.
Always room for more.
Oh my god. Shav has like, wait, look at this. This is ridiculous. We don't even need keys in here anyway. Oh, that was a misclick. Why do those two not stack? Those both scrolls of mage armor.
A new face. Do as the warden says, when she says, and you'll be fine.
If we can play already, they cannot explore the planets in full like Bethesda promised. Only small, unconnected chunks are available. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. I hope we don't have another Cyberpunk or No Man's Sky in our hands, where it's released, it's like a big disappointment, and then a year later, it's the game it should have been. But I suspect it will. But yeah, it's funny how they don't react to that on Amici. Oh, Skylines is going to be... I'm really, really looking forward to Skylines. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, Skylines is going to be great. Was it this way to get up? I think it was. Actually, we just go this way. Yeah, Skylines looks fantastic. Starfield, I imagine day one won't be fantastic. But we'll see. Let's have a poke around. So you put all these wooden planks here. Very suspicious.
I'm ready. Let's try this way.
Yeah, October. That's the way back down. Yeah, the game mechanics are great. Will you play it on the weekend of 9 to 10 September? It seems they released it to content creators from the 8th. Do they, Ben GT? Where have you heard that? on. You saw in their official Discord. What does it say exactly, Ben GT? Because I need to message Games Planet about that. Because like they're gonna get me a key, but I didn't think it released that early. Maybe like a few days before, but that's like that must be about 7 weeks before release. Mid-September, Cities creators will be able to show you in-depth gameplay. Wait, what's going on? She's stuck? What the? My character's glitched. Okay, well, I literally can't move. GG game. Does that mean like select content creators then? This is ridiculous. How am I supposed to get around this? Thanks, Tim. I don't know how I can fix this.
All right. What now?
If I click here, I bet she doesn't move. Yeah, look.
At the ready.
She doesn't move. I'll just reload it. I'm not sure if Camp would fix it or not. I presume Camp will just put them back where they were.
My brothers had the dreams too. Same as me.
Still alive.
They wouldn't admit
So
it.
that's progress.
The Absolute calls us all to
Should
her
mind my step.
design. Your family will answer.
Let's see what this does.
I'll find out about Skylands. Maybe I'll have to message
Clean down here. You'll find it all the harder.
Paradox or something. Taipan, I do apologise, I was distracted massively. Thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. Welcome, guys. Or welcome back. Appreciate the support, Taipan. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. And also, thank you for 53 months. Steampunk, thanks 41. DJ Panther with 8.
A long way to go still.
Right, maybe I'll take the mage exploring because at least he can misty step.
the path less traveled.
Let's see if we can see anything up here. Legit Rob as well, gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much. That's 15 subs gifted by Taipan and Legit Rob. Thank you very much, guys. If you got a sub, please give me a thank you. What is that? That's where we went later. Is there what we're looking for is a way up from here. That's what we're looking for. And Big Lad, another 5 subs. Thank you very much, Big Lad, as well, for gifting 5 subs. Again, if you got a sub gifted, please give him a thank you. And also Bull Abyss with another unexpected 10 subs gifted. You guys are being very generous this Sunday morning. Thank you, Osbel Abyss, for gifting 10 subs. Good morning, Sensei Johnny. Can't get that. You can get that. Do you know what I could do with a coffee? Might ask Mrs. Squirrel if she'll make me a coffee. It really annoys me the way you can't look down. Is that a hole? What's that hole though? You know what? I should just... I'll tell you what we haven't really done. We haven't really unlocked all of the cells and had a look around. Camera. Thank you. That one.
Here we go.
It's a pretty strange thing to have in a prison cell. Not that I can actually look down it. Where that goes. Prisoner's journal. You hear things down here, things from people with nothing left to lose, no more secrets to keep. You hear that Ketheric's untouchable, except he isn't really. That he's got some relic in or other in the mausoleum. A link, that's what you hear. And you hear the link that can be severed. You hear things like that, but you mostly hear from the people who are already out of their minds. Okay, so again pointing towards this thing in the mausoleum. We just failed a perception check on something. A survival check. Probably loot.
No time to dally. I'll go this way.
Soldier. Where to?
Whatever comes, I'm ready. Got to press on.
Good morning, Zarek.
Something over there.
Why is it? This is so bugged. It happens every time you dig up a mound. You immediately can't loot it. You have to move and then loot it. You gain 3 arcane acuity. Okay. Purple worm toxin. Lovely. Right, well, I don't see anything going on up here. So I guess we got to find the mausoleum somehow. I'm not really sure what the point is of that wall walk. Like, it didn't reveal anything. This is the only wall that you can go down. There's nothing climbable here. Mausoleum was your entry point to the Shah Temple. So did we just miss an item out of there then? How'd you fight with the warden go? I absolutely decimated him. I'll tell you what I did, Nuke Chef. I took out the scrying eyes first, silently, so they couldn't actually summon any reinforcements. When they're gone, you wait till the warden's in the room in here, shut the door, and then smash him, right? And because the scrying eyes don't come, nobody notices. And then basically you can go over here, take him out on his own. So you take the warden out, whole person, stands there, crit, 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 dead. Go over here, whole person, crit, 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 dead. And then there's another one over there. Literally just wipe them out individually. Yeah, divide and conquer is what it was. It worked really well. Disciple Israel wants us to entrust us with this task. This could be our chance to further infiltrate the cult ranks. We are to meet her upstairs at Moonrise Towers. He's asked us to find out what happened to Ketheric Throne's advisor Balthasar. More important, to find the relic he was sent to retrieve. I don't know where the quest marker is for this. I'm kind of confused about where we're meant to go right now. Rescue Zariel's asset from the Moonrise Towers. That's the objective. You click on show map, it doesn't show anything. What's the boat got to do with it? What do you mean in the Shah Temple? Find Ketheric Thom's relic upstairs. So I guess we go back upstairs. Baz was saying walk along these walls. I've walked all along them. I can't see anything on them walls, so I'm just going to give up on that. And we'll go upstairs and see what's there. Every time I go upstairs, I'm just met with, like, people saying you can't go any further. Are we just supposed to fight them?
Mistaken, surely.
I am not.
You can't do Zariel's Asset or Zevlor yet.
What? 5 true souls?
I didn't realize that was a direct door to the prison.
Enjoy the view.
Hang on, I've not been
This
here.
feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day.
That's
If
weird.
this place
Not been to
ever
this
gets
place
a clear
before.
day.
Who's you?
I'm afraid you missed the ship, Trousseau, but there'll be another along soon enough. We're already stacking the cargo.
Where's the ship heading?
Baldur's Gate. The army marches overland, but we sent some friends ahead to smooth the way.
Cargo.
Nothing of note, just supplies for the battle ahead. I've already checked it twice over.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Your job is to guard. Leave the details to me, yes?
Right you are, I suppose. Check away.
Lovely. Just casually loot all the stuff that's meant to be going on a ship? Yeah, we're just checking this stuff.
A wave of sick familiarity radiates from one barrel amidst the cargo. Tadpoles, sleeping and scarcely aware, but
Can we have this
echoing
box?
yours 100-fold.
Look at all those tads. Enough to make an army of absolutists.
Implants! Let's go! Reach out tadpole to tadpole. Investigation. Examine the barrel. Let's go tadpole to tadpole. Well, that's difficult, that is. I really want to succeed this. Oh my god, that's a terrible roll. Oh, and I still fail? Are you serious? Give me a break, game! Are you serious? Come on! Wait, what? How did I go from a 1 to a 20? How did that happen? I rolled a 1 and got a 20.
A pattern of blank minds newly born. They carry only a bare shred of memory, inherited from something older. A sleep of centuries. The birth and destruction of a settlement above forming only background noise to the dream. Until something descended down into the darkness, and the dreamer awoke.
It's not too late to stop the cult from using these things. Now's our chance to change them or fry them.
Or we could just open the box up and stick a few on our head, just saying. Can we do that, please? Is that an option?
That is still placid. Thousands of tadpoles happily awaiting their hosts.
Let's examine the barrel. I've got no chance.
No ledger or shipping manifest presents itself, but there is a seal stamped on the lid, the winged serpent of the Centaurim, a network of merchants and mercenaries known for their deep pockets and shallow scruples.
Deep pockets and shallow scruples. It's weird how we can loot some barrels but not others. If he's gone over there, he's not looking, is he? Let's quietly have a look in that barrel. Or not.
Tempers are rising. It's clear not everything
Oh,
you
I
find
see.
is at your disposal.
We have eyes everywhere, do we?
This calls for careful footwork. Don't want to draw any attention.
Did you see him spin round when I did that?
Just out of view.
That's hilarious. Stop that. Oh, hey.
I don't need any attention right now.
Literally nothing in any of them.
Something good here. I hope.
All of that. Bottle of water. Very
Breathe
useful.
quiet. Move with care.
Tempers are rising.
Dude!
It's clear not everything you find is at your disposal.
I'm sorry, but no.
Moving in.
Metal trunk. I might have to have a look at that one. Right. I think the problem is the imp's not helping.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Wait, what? Oh. This one's metal. It's worth looting. Anything else down here, do we think?
Softer than a whisper. Can't
How can
risk
he
being
possibly,
here.
from, how can, look, he's like 2 foot high. How can he see there? That's not,
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
yeah, sure, mate.
All right.
Look at that for a
Time
wall
to
hack.
skulk about.
They really don't want you to look in this metal box.
Better be cautious.
Don't know what you mean, mate. Wasn't me. Nope, wasn't me. I told you that metal box is worth it. Loads of arrows.
Best be on my way.
What's that door there?
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Don't know what you mean, mate. Oh, he doesn't trust us.
Better be cautious. Swift as my feet can carry me. All right. Time to skulk about. Out of sight, out of mind.
They've on quite a big patrol, haven't they?
Softer than a whisper.
Scroll of invisibility.
On my way. Can't risk being in open view. Breathe deep and move.
Right, let's get rid of them. We don't need them. Drop that.
This calls for careful footwork.
No, we're not hiding. We're just tying our shoelaces, mate. How you doing?
Just out of view. Wonder if the gods are watching me. What path lies before me? These boots have seen everything.
Why does that guy always jump though? That's weird. Is this like another way in? What's this?
Good idea, I think.
Funny, I've not seen this bit before.
Open up.
So if he gets ambushed now, he's in trouble. That's just the back side of the toll house. I can't find a way up the Moonrise Tower, so I'm wondering if we're meant to go up there yet.
be kinder, you know. To the prisoners, I mean. Any one of them could be elevated.
Seems simple enough.
Should they?
I think a 51 shell rabbit. Have you explored the walkways on the ground floor? I believe so. Apart from that bit, maybe. We had a chat with Mig at one point. Kind of hoping we could climb one of these trees, but oh, hang on a minute, what's this? Why is that like randomly? Then it just stops, doesn't it? There's got to be a way up there from the outside. She wants meat. Is that what she wants? When she spots the woman in charge of Moonrise who liked how you killed the goblins. Go back to the Gauntlets of Shah provided all the rest of the side quests in the area are done. I don't know if we've done all the side quests, that's the point. Like, you know the Moonrise pool, the pool of Shah? Do we go through there yet, or do I need to do something else here? That's my quandary. Like, can I get up here from the outside to nick something? Or is the only way through by fighting everybody? How do you climb the rafters on the inside, though? I can't see how you do that. I was thinking it would be an outside thing. There is? Let me have a look. I've been all around the outside. Let's have a look down the middle.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while we...
Is this the kitchen? Well, every time she does that, I keep thinking there's a fight. There you go. Oh, do you have to go up here without that thing seeing you? No. Apparently it doesn't care if I do this.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern bearing. To think the absolute grace is such a creature as that.
We are each other's friends in her design.
I like how none of them are even bothered about us going up here. The imp is like, guys, can't climb ladders.
Wing
take it we kind of want to go that way.
Where do you hail from? I was a farrier in Desiring Valley. The dreams.
Your brother had the dreams too. Same as me.
Not really sure which way we want to go. Let's have a look around.
I suppose.
That might be worth a look.
A cracked wall. You see they cast down to see the blood woman? I did not know. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, because she said she really wanted to see him. But I didn't do it yet.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing.
Wait, where's our guidance bonus? Is the mage not here? Really?
You almost catch a glimpse, but the darkness within the wall is too deep.
Yeah, that's what I'd do. Stick my hand in there, be like...
Your awareness unfolds, expanding through every wall in the tower, every mind. A vast living network extending down into the dark, where something wakes.
Uh-oh.
What is that?
It's a trap!
Tendrils snap like iron cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large, closer now.
Strength. Take your arm out of the tentacle's grip. Dexterity. Wriggle your hand free. Sleight of hand. Go limp and ride it out. I like the sound of that.
You stop resisting, your arm bending with the movement of the flesh. And suddenly an opening appears. With a soft sucking sound, your hand pulls free. The flesh within the wall retreats.
You.
Let me try it next time. Look fun.
Come on, Karlach. And you go over there.
What am I to do?
Wait, what the heck are you doing? Why are you down here?
Got to keep moving.
Bunch of noobs.
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
I am putting my hand back in. I'm going to get Karlach to do it.
My faith will guide me.
I want the priestess to get the guidance bonus.
Sister, pray with me while we wait.
Wait, you can't jump that?
The reaction.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
I'd love to, thanks.
Right, Karlach. You have a go.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing.
Oh, man, that was literally the -1 caused that failure.
You almost catch a glimpse, but the darkness within the wall is too deep.
Go and reach in.
Your awareness unfolds, expanding through every wall in a vast living.
What in the hells is that?
It's a trap!
Tendrils snap like iron cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large,
Is it a trap?
closer now.
Strength check. Elixir of the Colossus. Uh-oh. Ooh.
With a soft sucking sound, your hand pulls free.
Hang on.
The flesh within the wall retreats.
I can't imagine good things will happen if we
now
fail
that we
those
know
checks.
what it
though.
is, I suggest we leave it well alone.
I applaud your taste.
Not if you keep them lips clamped together. Quiet! Both of yes. Drawing.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a
Find out what it is.
living thing.
Oh my god, the dice roll.
You can't quite catch a glimpse, but you recognize this feeling. The same alien presence you felt on the Nautiloid.
Can't give up now.
The Chosen's blood. Now that.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
She belongs to everyone. That's the point. We're all friends, right?
We jump up there, do you think?
Don't bloody feel like it all of us fun.
That smells interesting.
When you said the dungeons, which do you mean? Can't seem to find a way to go up from here, though. Oh, hang on, what's that? Roots. Come on, Karlak, don't stay there.
Don't burn yourself.
Mage, please.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Let's move.
Come on, let's go. Moving it.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Let's march.
A shapeshifter lying in wait. It won't get the drop on me.
A shapeshifter? Is this person's bedroom? They're okay with having, like, chasm and roots.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Diary records the life of John Meadowlin. He suffered from lycanthropy becoming a werebear at the advent of the full moon. Cured of his condition by a priestess of Saloon, John Medellin exchanged his claws for a great sword and cause. He would keep this priestess, her name was Elorna, safe from all trouble on the highways and byways. Further, he would bear witness to many miracles, for Elorna was a saint of the goddess and gifted even more than he could have imagined. They never fell in love, though their friendship was quite something.
Need to find a way forward. Let's see.
Melodia Thorn, loving mother, beloved wife. Her light will never be forgotten.
Where's that go? Interesting, and there's another way. Well, there's a platform there. I don't know if it goes anywhere. I'm in two minds whether to try and open this thing. Kodiak, you can always go and hit things.
Anything of use?
Ooh, Cellulite amulet. You recognize Shar as a goddess of creation or Sloon as a goddess of destruction, yet both are true. Right. We could try opening this or just attack it. 50 hit points. Let's see what happens. There it goes.
Ready for this?
Why'd you roll an 11 when you needed 12? Go on, get biting.
I'm ready.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Swing and a miss. Not even worth bothering with.
I'll give it a shot. Moving ahead.
Wow, who the heck builds a throne here? Just comes outside with his morning coffee, look at that. Oh, I just love the early morning mist. And the afternoon mist. And the early evening mist. In fact, it's always just mist. But I love my coffee here. Way to go. Thieves' tools, always welcome. Wait, was that a bunk bed? A rickety chair? Are you sure, game? That tree has just gone right through this
Go
building.
for a good meal. Let's go.
see if this goes anywhere useful. No, apparently you can't go that way. What is the point of this platform? That platform used to go to this. Which then... It's kind of strange. Can't see anything.
No one back home will ever believe this. How much further can I go? Come on.
Can't imagine anything good is through here, but we'll see what happens. Probably a load of guards will be like, "You're not supposed to be in here." I'll just play the... Oh, sorry, we got lost. Oh, there's the dog.
Even stripped of flesh, the warhound is formidable. Spectral eyes meet yours as it growls a challenge. And then it hesitates, gleaming muzzle sampling your scent as if in recognition.
Friendly dog. Animal handling. Lower your eyes, you're no threat. Performance. Snap off your best salute. Intimidation. Give the creature a snarl of your own. Hey, it's wagging his tail! I mean, I could do a best salute, but this has a much bigger bonus. Just snarl back at it. Back down, dog. I'm in charge here. 18. Jeez. Oh, that's not a good roll. That is not a good roll. Probably want to try that one again.
This is not a creature easily cowed, but something in your display gives it pause. The growl withers to a whimper, and the hound turns away, sheepish.
Should have brought some metal bone with me. Now, is he going to let me, like, loot the place? That's the question. Hostile diary. Most of the texts have been scoured away by time. What remains appears to have some form of ritual incantation. Your white ribs, the pillars, your bleached skull, the dome, taken apostle's final form, cathedral, wrought of blessed bone. Religion failed.
At the ready.
What if he read it? Would we get another religion roll? My God, does anybody do religion?
Stay idle.
You have a go, Shadowheart. You must be good at this.
A ritual. Doesn't seem related to Shah or Saluna. What's Ketherick been up to?
His own religion? Invasion plans for the Sword Coast.
Let's see.
Ancient map depicts moonrise towers with deer, rabbits, and black bears. It's always the same. Invasion plans for Baldur's Gate. Depicting upper city, lower city, and outer city. Invasion plans. God, man, they want to invade everywhere. A series of concentric lines around the city, with all avenues of escape cut off. Plans for a siege.
Have to keep pushing.
Missive from Lord Gortash. What we know from the research about the Gith artifact, I can't emphasize how critical it is that it be recovered. The power that the artifact contains can boost our own efforts to unforeseen levels, but if it falls into the hands of the enemies of wit and persistence, it could bring down all of our plans. The body of a handpicked captain for the artifact raid wasn't found in the wreckage of the Nautiloid. It's not easy, it's all found the artifact. What religious means do not fail. So basically, that D20 that Shadowheart's running around with is what this whole fuss is all about, isn't it? Scroll of magic weapon.
Which way to the nearest library?
Could be handy. Concentration spell. Oh no! A lever on the wall. What shall we do? An opulent chest.
My pleasure.
Literally did not click on the dog, but why again? Oh, it's not another mimic, is it? I feel like I'm missing out on life. Like in my house, I don't have a loose floorboard with something shady in there. And I feel like I should do that. I'm going to go and do that. After the stream, I'm going to go to the bedroom. I'm going to lift the carpet up, loosen a floorboard, and I'm just going to randomly bury something in there. Just so that I've got a secret under the floorboard thing going on. Elder Brain of Domination. That's what I need. I need a book like this. Just put it under the floorboards. Mr. Squirrel's like, what are you doing? Like, I'm just burying this Elder Book of Domination under the floorboards. Why not? This is what people do. Dictated by Yanthus to General Ketheric. Man, that's a lot of text. Young Gortash's plan to enslave an illithid Elder Brain and make it our marionette under control of the Crown of Karsus has proceeded almost without flaw, barring the slight delay, while our Baldurs allies sorted out their leadership conflict. The weak point would surely be the sharing of the Netherstones. It was necessary to secure my engagement of that of the murder cult. Eventually, it's certain to fracture our fragile mind. Clearly, all three Netherstones must be controlled by a single leader. Me! By preference, but not until after all the stakeholders have made their essential contribution. Gortash fears that, energized by the dark energies of the Crown, the brain we now call the Absolute will eventually metamorphosize into something new and more difficult to control. If he's right, we need to invest the power of the Netherstones in a single wielder is urgent, even more so than Enver Gortash at least must be thinking the same way. We'll keep that.
Can't keep me out.
What is it with these rolls? Cloak of Elemental Absorption. Absorb elements. Absorb elemental damage once per short rest. Take half damage from the next elemental attack targeting you and deal an additional d6 of that element type on your next target. Whoa! That is some tasty cloak. Letters of Ketheric. My darling husband from Melodia. I know my time is drawing near. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave our little girl, but I'm not writing to lament our lot. It's ours and no others. Though the city of judgment is dark, I know my lady light will find me even there. I will see her shining spires and walk the silver gardens we both dreamt of. I go to my reward and leave quite a task for you yet, my heart. Saloon's light shines bright over our little one. Yada yada yada. It's the same path, our lady's path. I won't say goodbye, there's no loss, only temporary separation, blah blah blah.
A letter from Ketheric's wife. Sounds like she loved him.
Fool.
Salutations.
Well, look at you with your shiny new cloak. Absorbing elemental damage once per short rest.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
Make sure there's no creaky floorboards over here.
Never wanted the easy path.
I got a feeling we're going to run into him shortly. He's going to be very upset.
That's open.
He's going to be like, hey, isn't that my cloak? The one I put in the box at the bottom of my bed? Do you want to give it back, mate? I just noticed that difficulty class. 30. My God. Don't think we can even do it. I'd need the D10. I'd need to do a long rest to get this, I think. Because I'm only getting a D4, D3, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could do it with a perfect roll. What I need is the D10 available that you can only do once per long rest. And that might put it over the edge. Cryptics, thank you for 55 months. And having fun, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome. DPE, thanks for 52. If we take a quick long rest and we can reset his thingy, gloves of power. Who? Just who got them on? He's got gloves of power, why? What's that got to do with it? Lots of pictures of fighting monsters. Yeah, but we need a bit more than +1, don't we? That's the thing. Don't think Gale can cast knock, actually, no. I've not seen a knock scroll yet.
Better not be cursed.
I don't know what the lever does, actually, Langwin. That's a very good question. I mean, the lever probably does open that door, doesn't it? Maybe. It might open the door because we're on the inside. Otherwise, it's a difficulty class 30 to get through it. So, yeah.
I wonder what the next move is.
Ah, excellent choice.
No one stopped me yet.
Let's try pulling that first and see what happens. If I can find the right pixel game. There it is. Fancy that.
Can't slow down.
Is this his secret balcony then? A charred prayer book. What was he doing here, eh?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
My God, dark goddess, when I lost my daughter, I learned my purpose, my dark goddess. When I learned my purpose, I gathered the flock, my dark goddess. When the flock was full, I punished the wicked, my dark goddess. And when the wicked struggled, I struck them down, my dark goddess. I am yours. What a brilliant prayer. Wait a minute. You can go down to there. But from there, you can't go anywhere. Because that's collapsed. Maybe. Is this like a secret escape thing he had going on?
Don't give me trouble now.
Oh my God, this is another 30. Come on. Dark one's luck. Let's go. Doubt it's even worth it. Meh. 27. Possible. Oh, that D10 sucked. Just burning through Thieves' Picks now. That's more like it. Come on. That capped out at 32 then.
That might be worth a look.
Karlach is inspired. What the heck is going on in here? This is some weird room right now. Right, what's going on here? So there's the lever to open that. We'll have all them. And we'll have all them. A protruding book. What just happened? Oh, that's interesting. Shall we move? Everybody out. Somebody's got a sense of humour. Protruding book equals poison. Is that his special? Yes. Let me just pull this book out of here. Trick when he's talking to people that he doesn't like. Oh, there's another protruding book there. Should we try and see what that one does? No, just the one protruding book.
Seems to be stuck.
This guy has his own, like, special torture rack in here. Grim. A human heart. Can we give that to Meg downstairs? I reckon Meg would want that. She's into meat and stuff. A reminder, acolytes are permitted entry to my chambers for the sole purpose of collecting moon lanterns. Oh, hello. My library is not to be tampered with. While I absolutely appreciate your eagerness to learn, my bookshelves do not. Any request to borrow from them must be given to me in advance. Okay, so these people come in to nick books and then they get poisoned. Should you desire information on poisons, do not think to read any tome on subject here. They incline to grant you more knowledge than the written word could provide. What? Remember, the absolute's power is better served by a beating heart than a poisoned mind. Though if you choose death, I will ensure you serve... Yeah. So he does warn them, to be fair. Yeah, I don't think you can search the torture ranks. Oh, it's a bit messy in here. Severed torso. Yeah, no. 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 Drop that. Balthazar's Personal Notes, Part 2. Install a drain beneath the library's conventional medicine shelf. It's wasteful to let all the blood seep through the flagstones. It will rust the spikes. Disregard. The smell gives me sweet dreams. Dear me. Love that. We're collecting hearts now. Yay, we have a moon lantern.
More for me.
The last time we got a moon lantern, we had the option to, like, free the pixie inside of it. But we don't have that this time. This is burning through my pics. Derivation cloak. When you poison a foe, heal yourself for a D4 hit points. Right, who's not got a cloak on? I think they all have, to be honest. Isn't it?
My faith protects me.
She's got the vicious cloak.
Wanna dance?
When a creature with reverberation deals damage to the wearer, she might be better with this cloak.
No time to waste.
Put poison on the cape.
What a charmer.
Oh, we've got to find some dye for that, girl. That's not happening. Right, so now if Karlach uses poison, she'll basically heal herself. That is very powerful. There's a lot of poison. That is very, very good.
No time to rest.
Goblins. Balthazar. Goblin troops. Crude but dim. Key to recruits tribal goblins, profound respect for their priests. Priests will awaken and new guests to the crania will be Dr. Devotion. Trust me, the priests go, the war is fallen. Fine, whatever.
Have to keep going. I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really.
Missed. I spy with my little eye. Something begin with M.
No traps, please.
Clasped buttons, that. This is the log of the work of Balthazar's necromancers, Cressa Bone Daughter, dated 210 days ago. Yeah, find a weapon that does poison as well and should just be auto-healing. That would be so good. Something about Cress's pet. Seems fond of the foul creature. It was damaged in the attack far beyond what the mere tadpole can do. An engraved Githyanki disc.
The disc is formed from slate and engraved with Githyanki writing. The symbols are striking to look at, but you aren't sure what they mean. Without a cipher or primer to aid you, the disc's message could be near impossible to discern.
Command the disc to reveal its secrets. Investigation. Seek a pattern in the writing. Oh my god, it's a 20. It's not a bad roll, but it's not enough.
No matter how hard you try, you can't make any sense of the symbols.
Command it to reveal its secrets. That could go either way.
The disc doesn't respond.
Game, please, can you...
You have my attention.
The disc is formed from slate. The symbols are without a cipher or primer to aid you. The disc's message could be near impossible to discern.
There we go. Give it to the mage.
In your mind's eye, the symbols trade places with each other until a clear pattern forms. And from that pattern, a story emerges. The Prince of the Comet, Part 3. The histories tell us that Commander Voss, Gestil Kithrak, pierced Prince Orpheus clean through with his sword of silver. That his flesh was torn and fed to the great red dragon, Ephelaman. Vlaakith's faithful roar out this tale. But beneath the roars we hear whispers carrying truth and prophecy. The Prince of the Comet is not dead. The Prince of the Comet will come again. The Prince of the Comet will liberate us from Vlaakith's tyranny. Praise be to Mother Gith, Queen of the One Sky. Praise be to your son Orpheus, the true heir, Prince of the Comet. It's an intriguing tale, and a forbidden one, given how expertly it was encoded. The disc doesn't respond.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I've got a long road ahead.
It says all that, yeah, apparently. If you're intelligent as Gale, then that's what it says.
With a flick of the wrist.
Uh-oh. Now we could be in trouble.
If not over.
Oh, hi, Gloric. Fancy seeing you here. How you doing?
No business here. Lest disciple or general say you do.
So I guess what you're supposed to do is smash the eye, kill Gloric and the disciple. That could be tricky. And then get in that way. But we actually just went through there. What is that black space? What's that? could be nothing, or there could be something. Is that a fireplace? That's behind the bookcase, isn't it? Like, there's a room behind this thing. An ancient altar. Insert item. Do you reckon it could be the disc?
Your desire.
Not the disc.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. Swifter than my feet can carry me.
It's a heart.
The necromancer was experimenting on the tadpoles. But they were already imbued with Netherese magic. So where did that magic come from?
I like this. The necromancer basically has a room that you need an entire heart to get in. So what does he do? He basically manufactures hearts outside here. He tells the disciples, don't go nicking my books because I'll kill you if you do. They nick a book, die in poison. He puts them on the table, nicks the heart so he can get back into his bookcase. I mean, why not just have a different key? You don't need all these hearts and guts everywhere all the time if you have a different key. Research notes. I've redirected some materials from beneath the tower. I plan to simply raise what forces I need inside the mausoleum itself, but the general prefers that no more of his family crypts to be disturbed. Even so, I've no choice. The temple will not surrender to Nightsong easily, and the general's invulnerability depends on it.
This Nightsong sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality.
Not the first thing you'd think to call an artifact of the Absolute.
Maybe we can turn it against Ketheric, or destroy it.
First, we have to find it. And I suspect he's used it very, very well.
God, we have to buy some more thieves picks at this rate. A 9? How'd you roll a 9 with all those bonuses? Necro resistance and the cold brim hat. Once per turn, any condition inflicted on a target also applies 2 turns of encrusted with frost. Affected entity has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. When there are 7 or more turns remaining, the entity must succeed a constitution saving throw or take a d4 damage and become frozen. Once per turn, any condition inflicted on a target also does 2 turns of encrusted frost. I mean, instead of the mask, you can put the hat on. Oh my god, he actually looks amazing with that one. That is a splendid look, that is. I do like that. It's very, very stylish. I mean, I'm guessing it's meant to be for a wizard, you know, but I can't. Shaft has plenty of conditions, I think. Arguably, the mage does more. The whole person is slow. Diet. It's just such a lovely looking hat, though, isn't it? I'm keeping it. I think that's a keeper. Found absolutely no use for rope. Look, he looks so good. That goblet with tadpoles I keep seeing.
Wish I had a
Where's
bag of
that?
holding. Don't waste a step.
Whoa. A broken moon lantern.
Da, da, da.
More dead pixies. I'm not really sure what we're supposed to do with the dead pixie. Broken moon lanterns are worth 30 gold, but I'm not sure if we're meant to keep them and then put pixies in them later. Or just sell them. I don't know. Ritual circle. Let's get the mage, have a look at that.
Ritual circle. Judging by the shadow sigils inscribed, it was used in the creation of Balthazar's moon lanterns. Though its power is weakened, you could still use the shattered pixies Balthazar discarded to craft one final lantern. Not to repel the shadows, but to wield them. Mystra forbids the use of such magic. She would insist the sigils be destroyed, the circle's evil dissipated. But she is not here, and you are.
Craft a shadow lantern or erase the sigils. Mmm. So Mystra would forbid us from crafting a shadow lantern and wielding its power. Which is probably an item that you can use to, like, cast darkness or something like that. Or we erase the sigils and that's that, so we can't make any more. Let's see what this does. Oh wow, okay. I have no idea what we're meant to put in here.
Don't be shy.
The moon lantern, maybe? I don't know. Moon lantern, dead pixie. Gives you a shadow lantern.
If Mystra were here, I don't think she'd be best pleased with me for doing that. She was always rather fond of pixies. Still, I'm sensing no signs of any divine retribution incoming. Not quite sure what to make of that.
Makes sense. Why punish you when she's already given you a death sentence? She wants you to obey her command. She's hardly gone to chastise you and put that at risk. It means you're freer for Gale. You don't live by a doctrine anymore. There you go.
Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? And I suspect that suits her rather well for the time being. So long as I have her mission ahead of me, I suspect she'll not want to distract me with any undue moralizing. May not be the most savory kind of magic, but it will taste sweet enough if it brings us to the heart of the Absolute in one piece.
I'm not sure I like using these dark powers. There's something wrong about them. Says a warlock. I love unsavory things. Don't feel guilty on my account. We need all the power we can get if we're to succeed against the Absolute. And beyond it, if Mistra's letting you choose these powers, you have a choice about the orb. Let's do that.
Quite the pair of legs you've got on you to make that kind of leap. No, Mistra wouldn't have issued an order like that if she was content for it to be ignored. She meant it. Perhaps so much so that she's willing to overlook transgressions like this. Now come, best keep moving. We have many more shadows to face before we reach the heart of the Absolute.
You say that, but
charmed, I'm sure.
I'm thinking, why can't we make another one? Why is that a one-shot table? We've got items we can make another one. That sucks.
All right. What now?
Balthasar's torture chair.
A seat that has seen many occupants, none of their own volition, and none in comfort.
Comfort. There's the goblet with tadpoles. Goblet filled with mutilated corpses of lithoparasites. Whatever godly experiments were performed on them likely killed them. I love this. I don't know anybody seeing what I'm doing, so I'll just put the world's worst planks of wood across there.
Have to keep going. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, really?
A goblet filled with the mutilated corpses of illithid parasites. Whatever ungodly experiments were performed on them likely killed them.
Discover the history of Prince Orpheus. We read the third book in the series. This one explains that Voss attacked Orpheus, but he lives. Find the relic. The path to the inner sanctum is open. The relic lies just ahead. Balthasar's experiment complete. Should have multi-class wire. Attention acolytes. I think we're done in this room, aren't we? Been through every room here.
You're stopped by a guard. It seems your presence here is forbidden.
Wait, what? Oh, why am I doing this with the wrong character?
You've been granted free passage. What you do with that privilege is up to you.
Thanks, dude. We just looted the entire floor.
You're stopped by a guard. It seems your presence here is forbidden.
Can you just go and talk to him?
You managed to talk your way in. No easy feat.
This is a bit weird. It's like every single guard gonna do a roll on us now. We've been through there, haven't we? That's where we came in. Yeah, this is all. This is. So he's in there basically. Okay, let's see if we can walk out here. Probably get challenged by everybody. Yeah, so that whole thing. I take it Thorm's in there, but it's no point going to him yet because he's invincible. I think. Is that right? As far as I can tell, we've done everything in Moonrise Towers except go in that room. And we can't go in that room because they won't let us in that room. So we either have to kill everybody here and then go in there, or we wait till later. And I'm not really sure if we're meant to wait till later or not. Kids' parents are in the House of Healing. Didn't we go there last night? You mean this one? We went to the house. We went to the House of Healing last night at the end of the stream. But what I don't know... Yeah, we've got to wait for her to think about it. What I don't know is if we're meant to try and get into here now.
Here we go.
It is not your time yet, Blessed One. The rooftop chapel is reserved for the General's private contemplation, save for those he chooses to ascend.
This must be the place. We have to get inside.
Let me pass. I'm a true soul.
You hear her word. That has brought you this far. But above, you will stand in her very presence. Such an honor requires more. Disciples' Rel has given you a chance to earn that honor.
But if you're ready, reach out for her tadpole. And if I choose to go anyway, will you stop me? What's with the skeletons? The absolute dabble in necromancy now. Let's tadpole her. Let's see what happens. Could be funny trying.
Your tadpole grasps at nothing. She carries no parasite, but you've spent too long reading people not to see what's behind her eyes. Scorn, stark behind her mask of deference.
As you see, true soul, there is so much more for you to learn.
So is that a no then? Also, where is that woman? Oh, there she is. Still want to get in. What the heck? Did she just let us in this time?
seems like a good moment to talk.
I received no word that a true soul is to ascend. You will turn around. Should the general learn you breached his private chapel, he will not be so merciful.
Did not come between a true soul and the absolute. I need to speak to the general.
And he has need of obedience. Serve, true soul. If Disciple Zrel deems you worthy, you will ascend.
383, thank you for subbing.
Do you think yourself so important, true soul? Until Zrel says otherwise, you are beneath the Absolute's notice.
Running out of options here. I go where I wish.
Well, you will not be the first true soul the General has thrown from this spot.
Oh, really? Is that posed to combat with everybody? We're going to get wrecked. So anyway, we're back. And there's no point going up there yet, so we'll ignore that. So I think we're going to have to go down to here. I think it's time to go into here, isn't it?
Whatever it takes.
Because I can't see what else we need to do now. So I'll do a quick save before we do that. Time to go swimming! We're all buffed up, we're all ready to rock and roll. We'll see what happens. Got to make some decisions, apparently.
The party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope.
Are you sure you want to proceed? Depending on your choices, the state of the region could be changed and some active quests may become unavailable. Let's go. Time to get your feet wet, Shadowheart. Yes, she does like swimming, actually, yeah. She likes swimming in semi-plate mail.
Trepidation and awe ripple through you as you enter the water. Beyond lies Shah's domain. The shadow fell.
Chav looks so good with that hat. Welcome to the land of asteroids.
Lady Shah. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell.
You did well. Better than I would have credited you with. Now, hurry along and bear witness to my masterpiece.
This is the Dark Lady's domain. He does not belong here.
Interesting. Some of us something more substantial than thanks. How did you get here? What is this place? I cleared the way to this place, not you. Why shouldn't I just kill you instead of letting you interfere? Lead on then. So he shouldn't be here. But I've got a feeling that he can help us. It doesn't matter how we got here. We know what this place is. I think we just tell him to lead on.
Gladly. And once proceedings begin, please show some wits and do not interfere.
I feel lighter, unburdened, as if the softest push could send me drifting away.
This has gone red, which means we're in a trial where characters can die.
These books have seen everything.
What's this? Why is it just a bars floating here? We have Featherfall. Anyway, we said lead the way, and he sort of went that way, didn't he? So. Whee! Amazing. Justicia Soul Hunter, Living Shadow. Whoa.
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shah. Hear my words of faith.
Listen to her.
I know, right? In the castle, we can't jump very far.
Night Singer, witness my adoration.
So, where do we jump from here? Huh? Whoa. Good job we got Featherfall. Is the imp coming with us or not? My god, it's a long way down.
I have emptied my heart of falsehoods.
Why is one saying listen and the other one saying kill?
I have vanquished your foes.
Descend to her.
I wish the camera would just tilt down. It's a really annoying camera. Oh, what's that?
Listen.
We're not getting back up. This is a one-way trip.
Lady Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Can we jump that far?
Balthazar, come to add more bars to my cage? Or perhaps to lead this would-be Justicia's blade directly to my heart? I invite you. Heap more sins upon your head. My retribution will be all the sweeter for them.
All this time, and you still fail to appreciate the gifts I bestowed on you, alien. Sad to see a thing of beauty not recognize its own worth. But General Thorm, he appreciates you, and he wants you close at hand. So, I am here to whisk you back to him.
Ketherick. I welcome the sight of him after these 100 years. He whose immortality I supply with my very soul.
General Thorm. I'm sure you'll be on your best behavior for him, but just in case, I've taken some precautions. Keep back. It will take quite some concentration to secure Aelin for her little journey.
The The Night Song is Shah's sacrifice. She's my destiny. He cannot have her.
I got a feeling we're gonna have to side with one or the other here. Wait, the Night Song is a person? Duh. What are you going to do to her? I can't let you take her, Balthazar. My companion has her own plans for this one. Stand down. Oh, yeah. I mean, Balthazar's pretty powerful. Having a fight with him could be very interesting indeed. The problem is, you kind of need to free Night Song. I don't know. Having Night Song here is what makes General Thorm invulnerable. So if you're going to kill Thorm, you have to free Night Song from here. But then Balthazar says he's going to take her from here anyway, but he's going to take her to Thorm. Yeah, well, we say before we jumped in. The obvious thing to do the thing is, right, this is basically saying I'm going to free Night Song. But then how do we get her out of here? I have no idea. This one is saying parlay with him, possibly. As is, like, these two are effectively the same. They're basically saying to Balthazar, you can't do this. These two are just a load of meh. I'm going to find out what he's going to do to her.
Bring her home. What else? Ailyn is so much more than you comprehend. She is an Aasimar, bound to a soul cage of my creation and lending her immortal strength to General Thorm. Her power, his will, and my genius. An unsurpassable feat.
Ramblings most unsane. Poor Balthazar. For maggots ate his brain long ago.
Hold your tongue, Ailyn, or I'll take it away from you again. And you, no more questions. No more interference.
I don't know if we could break the soul cage. I mean, presumably if you kill Balthazar you could, but I mean, I can't imagine Balthazar's an easy fight. If she's the reason Ketheric Thorm is invulnerable, you're not taking her. Leave or you're a dead man. Go on then, take the Night Song to Ketheric, get it over with, or just straight up attack him. I am kind of curious as to what will happen in the game if you allow Night Song to go to Ketheric. I wonder if you can still kill, like, if you go back with her to Thorm and then kill Thorm before he has a chance to sacrifice. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're assuming here that if we let Balthazar carry on, he's going to whisk her back to Thorm and then do whatever. But actually, you might be able to kill Thorm anyway. I don't know. You see, I'm genuinely curious as to what option 2 will do. I think we either do 3 or 2. We either attack him now and get it over with, or we let him do what he's going to do and find out how that pans out. But I don't think Shadowheart's going to like that. What do you think? I'm going to choose 2 just to see what happens.
Get it over with? No, this is to be savored. Return to Moonrise Towers. I'm sure we'll find further use for you there.
Okay, so that puts you on
Struggle,
Balthasar's side.
Well, maybe struggle a little.
A pleasure to have made your acquaintance, little warrior. We will meet again. I am eternal. I will be free one day. And I never forget a face. Until then.
What have you done? Her fate was mine to decide.
Finding the cure is what matters. Now we have Catholic Thorm's trust. I made the decisions, not you. I couldn't let you kill her. Alright. Let's attack. I wanted to see what it did. So basically that sides you with Balthasar and Ketheric. But everybody in your party disapproves. So it kind of makes you a bit of an outcast.
Her power, his... Hold your tongue, Aelin. Fly at me, you fool. You cannot stop what is to come.
Yikes.
Let us make short work of this.
So he gets initiative and he's instantly hastened and summons a lot of undead wards. Ray of Sickness on Chav. We can either Sonic Backlash it or Counterspell. Jeez, how many goes do you want? Finally. Alright, let's see what we're dealing with. Armor class 17. Undead ward aura. Allied undead are 9 meters and resistant to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage. Okay. God, he's hastened for 3 turns. I need to cast slow on him. So basically, every time he kills someone, he's going to heal. Can't be controlled. Can't be turned. Well, he can be turned, but he's very resistant to it. Look at this up here. Look at this, that we are absolutely surrounded. There's so many of them. There's so many. We're going to get absolutely rinsed here. Is there any way we can free her to help? Armor class 10? Love and chunk mobs. Well, yeah. But these guys probably hit like a truck, don't they? Also, I do not like standing right on the edge of this thing at all. We need to get the cleric around to just deal with these lot. These guys are going to be tough. These are going to be horrible. Expect they're going to cast spells on us. They have rubbish decks, you can target that. Who has rubbish decks? These little things or the big guys? Dex 10. Against what though, Derp? I don't want to be stood on this side. If he attacks us, he could knock us off here. I need to get to that side of him. Shouldn't have done that. I should have just shoved him. It's gonna be a tough fight, this. Can't go anywhere without opportunity attack from this guy. Is he classed as undead? Okay. When fireball, if not now. What do you mean?
Survival is all that matters.
Well, we know we can't. It's a wisdom save. I imagine he's very wise though. 14, it's not terrible. So you could try and slow him to counter his haste. That's one thing we could do. Otherwise, you're going to get loads and loads of goes on that. The fireball to dex shield, yeah. He's only got 91 hit points of damage. I don't know, why do you think we fireball him? It's only got a 36% chance of hitting, apparently. Or we could put up Hunger of the Hadar over there against that lot. But Hunger of the Hadar takes cold damage and acid damage, blinded. It's a dex save as well. Could at least cast it on that lot. Well, I didn't hit Night Song, did I? I kept it out of that. That won't move. So he's affected by that. He's blinded. That would kind of keep them at bay a little bit, won't it? Crowd control. Mage could fireball them. We could chuck a fireball in there, or we could try sending a lightning straight through that lot. Wow, 16. Is that all that took off him? 16! That was a super powerful spell. It only took 16 off him. Dash. Look at him dash. Ray of Frost. Will not deflect that. Wait, what? You bunch of hackers. Undead Ward is casting Ray of Frost as well. Wow. Jumped straight into that and broke concentration. That's annoying. Saved against the damage as well. Blindness on Gale. Oh no. You can have that. You can have that back. Don't want that.
It will be a kindness to put an end to your folly.
Yikes, he's doing a cloud kill. He's basically doing to us what we just did to him, but with poison damage. Not good. Let's get out of this. Where's he gone? Where's the big guy gone? Has he just disappeared? He's gone all the way up there. Feels like a real scumbag move. Also that brocade art, which is really annoying. If we jump her up there, she's going to get rained on by everybody. Okay, well I think she has to poison up the weapon. Not enough resources. Really? Should have probably gone for that. Rubbish. Well, that's everybody nearly dead. That cloud is horrendous. Gale's on 8 hit points. Shadowheart's on 4. mass heal for a D4+4, which is absolutely nothing. Literally can't even see what she's... We need to break his concentration, don't we? To break his concentration, that goes away. %35% chance of hitting him. And he saved. Of course he did.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna magic missile as soon as I can. In fact, I'll do it now.
For the ages.
Dude, the dude is OP. He just saved every single roll on that. Like, really? Really, my man? Did that really happen?
What now?
What now, indeed? Get out of that for a kickoff. Do not like standing over here though. Can't reach him now, I don't think. I swear we're just gonna get knocked over the edge now. This is terrible position. You had one job, and that was to hit for 1 hit point. Blindness on champion. There you go. I knew that was going to happen. Literally knew that was going to happen. I feel like some of these rolls have gone really badly.
You shall live to regret this. Perhaps not.
How many cloud kills do you get?
Poor fucker.
Fool! You think striking down my body will be the end of me?
I don't know, let's find out, shall we? They're all going for that. 4 of them going for that thing. Well, yeah, Ditobita, now we know that, right?
Your time runs short, Born.
Critted him. Rolled a 1. Well, hang on, if he's down, can't we just free her now? Is that not a thing? Karlach's getting massacred. So they don't die when he does. You know what? In some respects, it might be worth retreating back up here. If we can. Yeah, a little bit surrounded though.
Count on me.
I don't think she's going to do it, but I'm just going to keep trying because it's funny. Even if I get one of these up, like these archers are just going to wreck him. There's the shove. How many more potions of speed have we got left, I wonder? She's taking such a pounding. Talk about hard to kill. Is it worth trying to get Shadowheart up? Or will she just get massacred anyway? I'm guessing she's just going to get massacred, but hey ho. Yeah, I know, John Blair, but I'm going to roll the dice quite literally. Phil93, thank you for 106 months. Aussie Joanne, thank you for 19. He's on 1, he's on 7. And then, yeah. Try and protect the priest. That was a critical miss. That was such a lucky roll. That gave her a little window of opportunity. Reposition her or stay on the edge? Tricky one. Yeah, I did start in a bad spot, but I didn't know how the fight was going to pan out. My question is...
Got it.
Karlak's stood on the bit she needs to jump to. Annoyingly.
To me. On I go.
What the heck? What did she just fall over on? Ice. Oh well, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't go so well, did it? Concentration broken again. Stop hitting Shadowheart, you scumbags. Probably fall over again. Is it worth a casting Spirit Guardian or not? I don't know. How could you save against that?
Say bye-bye. Over there.
We've got 2 skellies left, but we've got 2 crew members down, but, you know, we can pay some gold to get them back.
On the move.
No surrender.
I think we could have freed her, couldn't we? I think we could have actually freed her. Swing and a miss. I'm going to send Shadowheart over. Nope, apparently not. I mean, we lost 2 party members, but we started off in a really bad position, but got it done. Summon Golem Bell. Summons Balthazar's flesh golem during combat. This item is only functional in the Gauntlet of Shar. Only available in combat. What a weird thing. The Circle of Bones. Undead Ward. Allied undead within 6 meters are resistant to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage. I mean, arguably useful for Shadowheart. We'll give it to Shadowheart. Unless we want the mage to be able to use it. The mage will be able to animate dead. Unsure. Soul Cage Research. Oh, well kitted out, this lot. She's a bit encumbered. great club. She's like really, really encumbered now. Can't pick it up too heavy, even she's not that strong. Oh, the amount of loot. I'm about to send something back to camp temporarily. That weighs 20 kilos. Send that to camp. Pick up some stuff. So this ring mail just weighs a load. Yeah, she just stood there, like, in chains, waiting, like... Any chance you could let me go here, guys? I'll drop the crossbows. So, I'll take it we can't do anything about Gale. When we resurrect them back at camp, will they... Can we go to camp now? No, you can't. Will they come back with all their stuff, or they lose all their stuff? Because if they're going to lose all their stuff, I'm not having that.
Let's try this way.
Maybe scrolls. The Revivify. Is it Revivify? We have one scroller for Revivify. We have two, actually.
I cannot die. Please help me.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
What's next?
Where's Chav? Oh, don't tell me Chav got knocked off. Did Chav get completely knocked off the edge of the... Where's Chav? I don't remember Chav getting knocked off. Why is he...
My faith will guide me.
That was weird. You had to like double click it. Scares off death door.
Can't have me. Not yet.
Take you. Take you.
At least things have stayed interesting. Open up.
I'm sure Nightsong understands that we won't pay for all this. Adventuring's expensive.
Ascend in her silver blood.
There's another one over there, look.
Hope this ends well.
It's the moon. Okay. Well, there's not much point leveling up yet, unless we've got more fighting to do, in which case we're really in trouble.
Balthazar has drawn his final rancid breath. A pity it was not my hand that brought it about. Instead, it was you.
Well, a little thank you wouldn't go amiss.
You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shah's spear. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is your own. To be a Dark Justicia is to turn your heart from everything but loss. You will know no love, no joy, only servitude, until of course your mistress inevitably discards you. And there is much she does not tell you. A terrible blood price that may extend beyond my own death.
You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. But your bond is strong. You may yet be able to sway her from the path of duty to the path of light. And Nightsong is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
Interesting. Trust Shadowheart and don't interfere. Do as you must. Is this truly what you want? Choose your own way, Shadowheart. You cannot allow your goddess to control you. Please, Shadowheart, don't do this. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So at the start, we could choose between Ketheric and Balthazar or Nightsong, and now we can choose between Nightsong and Shah. Flipping heck. Like, the way that branches is ridiculous. What are the pros and cons? If we let Shadowheart do this, she'll use the spear, kill Nightsong, and then kill Thorn from. If we try to persuade her not to, I don't know, what do you guys think about this? Like, why would we stop Shadowheart and her goddess Shah, who's clearly dark and evil, from killing Nightsong? Like, what's the advantage in even leaving Nightsong alive? Keep her alive, she's the daughter of a goddess. Right, so you think we might benefit from that? Is that what you're thinking? We'd have to persuade Shadowheart to go against her own god. Her own god's not going to be happy. Let's put it that way. Like, Shah is going to be very unhappy about that. How do you kill an immortal? We have a spear. She's not entirely immortal anyway. Should be a helpful ally. If we can convince... Yeah, but Shadowheart's going to pay the price for Shah, I think. Keeping cat on to spoilers there. Fair enough. I mean, this is Shadowheart's mission. She's got a specific weapon to do this. I mean, this feels like a weird option for Chav. Because Chav is a warlock. He's already bound to someone. So I don't think he'd say that. You could ask her, is it really what she wants?
Yes, I think so. My whole life's been leading to this. No turning back now.
She seemed uncertain then. She's not sure. Let's say this. Choose your own way.
Cannot allow. This is my mistress's will, my life's purpose.
No, it's not. Your life is wherever you make it. Don't give up on yourself. Find a new purpose. My mind is set. The spear's info say if Shah allows it. You know, as Chav, being a warlock, I feel like persuading her not to is just doing what we want rather than what she wants. Alright, do as you want.
Well, well, well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, I. Empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child. Frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Much has been promised to you, hasn't it? But what has been taken from you? What do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
Whatever you think you know in me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
Kill her. Let's finish this ritual. Don't do it, Shadowheart. Don't kill her. You'll regret it. She knows something about you. Spare her and see what she has to say. That seems like a more reasonable answer. Okay. Didn't expect that.
I can't believe I just did that. Lady Shah will disown me. What will happen to me?
Not what will happen. What will you do? Your past is not yet lost. Your future is not yet fixed. Lay a hand on me in friendship, not quite Sharon. And I will fight the battle that has been waiting for me this last century. Then, oh then, we will have much to discuss.
Now, is it me, or did this cleric just change deity completely?
Our Lady of Silver, hear me. She who guides the Moon Maiden Selûne, mother of the so-called Night Song. The Night Song is no more!
She's about to get some tasty armor, I think. Now that's leveling up.
I am resplendent. You have given me a great gift, little warrior. Don't you find it oh so curious that you would spurn your dark lady? Perhaps you feel a stirring of the truth already. But that will come later. There is a battle yet to be fought. You have done what we feared was impossible. You have released me from a century of sorrow. Your power is great. So too must be your weapon. You must choose what you will wield. And the Moon Maiden will provide. Thus I have said. Thus will it be so.
This is the way.
Are you ready?
What, to choose a weapon? Let's do it. Ready for what? Dark Lady, be merciful, what have I done? To get out of this place? Absolutely. For my weapon? Naturally.
And it shall be yours. And then, we're going to kill Ketheric Thorn.
This better be a good weapon. Been daughter of a goddess has given me a weapon.
Leave. Lady Shah won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did.
Where's the weapon? She's like, yeah, I'm ready for the weapon, naturally. And then she flies off. If Shah's angry, she's been remarkably quiet about it. Let's get out of here.
I'm not sure there's a place that's far enough away for me to go. Lady Shah must be angry. There's only silence. Let's get out of here, please. Whatever's coming, I don't want to be in the heart of the Shadowfell when it finds me. The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better get there and see what she's unleashed against Ketheric Thorn.
Hang on, we need to level up a long rest first, Shadowheart. Reward. We freed Night Song. We've been blessed by Saloon for saving her daughter. This cleric just went against the god of darkness, Lady Shah, and freed the goddess of the moon's daughter. Moonlight Glaive. 2-handed extra reach. 5 to 17 plus D4 radiant. Moonlight Glaive glowing. This object shines with a glowing light at the radius of 6 meters. It's not terrible at all, is it? Trouble is, it's a 2-handed weapon. She doesn't do 2-handed weapons, she does 1-handed weapon. Why would she give her a 2-handed weapon? Of all the weapons to... I'm thinking, give us an amazing 1-handed maul with some great abilities. Here, have this weapon that you don't use. Well, she can use it, but she'd have to equip her shield. I never said she's not proficient with it. But she'd lose the ability to hold... to use that. She's really annoying. This is the thing, like, why did this goddess give her a weapon that is clearly not meant for her class? You can't give up armor class 19. I know. I know. That's why I'm frustrated by it. Shadowheart use it at all? Sorry, Carla. No, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong pixel. Can I just cancel this a second? Not now.
Attention.
So she puts it on. Carla can use it. Moonlight butterflies. Strike a foe, conjuring an illusory swarm of moon-pale butterflies, granting advantage on attacks against that target. Due to additional psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus. When the target moves away from your illusion, it takes psychic damage. That's pretty mad. I think we just leave it with Karlach for now. It's like Superman. What's she up to? Here, I've given you this weapon, which you can give to Karlach because she can use it better than you. What a fantastic goddess. Oh, she's gonna go in. She's angry. Double weapons.
Powerful ally. Well chosen, Shadowheart.
Something tells me we did the right thing.
What to do?
Well, why don't we start by stepping through this portal and getting out of here?
Forgive me.
Shadowheart, what happened? You were missing for a moment.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead. This is all like some sort of terrible dream. But it's real, isn't it? I stood before the night song. I heard Lady Shah's words. And I failed her. Worse than failed her, I defied her. Just because of what that Asimar said. I tried to leave, but Shah blocked me. Punished me for failing her. I thought I knew the limit of pain that the incurable wound could inflict, but I had no idea. It felt like I was suffering the agony of 1,000 people all at once. My blood was boiling, my hair was on fire. I thought I'd claw my own face off with the pain. But then she released me. Banished me, more like. She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good.
You're not alone, you have me. Yay! You lost your god and you've won me. Well done. You made your choice and I live with it. That's really consoling words. We're all alone in the end unless you count the tadpole. Is there any consolation? I think you did the right thing. I never thought you'd actually defy Shah. What was going through your head? Actually, this is kind of true. Because I said to her, make your own mind up, and she went and threw the thing. So that was literally her choice. Anyway, I suppose I think you did the right thing.
You're lucky to have such confidence. Me. I think the full price of what I've done has yet to reveal itself. I'm a target to Lady Shah's followers now. Night Song promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to speak with her as soon as I can. What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves. That's no coincidence. I suppose I do, don't I? You've done more to help me than my faith has in recent times, if I'm honest. Thank you. There's been something between us for some time. A connection. More than friends. I recognized it, but didn't act on it. I thought my faith was the most important thing in my life. I couldn't have been more wrong.
Okay.
I've squandered too much time already. I want to be with you. Now and always. Do you want the same?
Do we have to do this now? Yeah, I do, yeah. I've wanted this for a long time. I'm sorry, I don't feel the same way as you. There's no future for us, not like that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, after all she's just been through, she stands here and she's like, yep, I've just defied my god. I probably lost all my powers. I'm hated by everybody who follows Shah. And by the way, I really love you, and you're actually the most important thing in the world to me now. Do you feel the same? And Chav goes, nah. Not like that. Oh, God. There's only 2 options. Oh, dear. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I've wanted this for a long time.
It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again.
She's gonna die.
She's what I know. Nightsong promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to speak with her as soon as I can.
You just said that,
What
psycho.
she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves. That's no coincidence.
You literally just said that.
She took flight to hunt down Ketheric Thorm. All I can do is help hasten his demise, and hope that answers soon follow.
That was such a weird response to, yes, I feel the same. How are you feeling? I'm here for you if you need me. I thought you might have needed reminding after everything. There's something I wanted to discuss. How are you feeling? Let's find out how she's feeling.
Do you really need to ask?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. The Shadowfell, Nightsong. I can think of little else.
Perhaps you should appease Shah. She may forgive you. I think that boat has sailed. Nightsong has some explaining to do.
Yes. I'm counting on it. I have little else to turn to. The sooner I speak to Nightsong, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all.
Oh god, now Gale wants to talk to us.
Your cheeks are flush. There's a twinkle in your eye. But I think I am no longer the cause.
Stop the
Seems
press.
You found your heart's desire. But with someone else. And who would I be to stand in the way of such a union? I assume you didn't come here to seek my blessing, though.
Hang on.
Was there something else?
We already told Gale. We literally told Gale the other night that there wasn't a thing. Man, that was a lot of dialogue. Man can hope, yeah? So, we need to level up. We need to rest. And then... yeah, we've still got that guy on Amici. I forgot about him. If we can get back in the tower now. I think everybody in that tower is going to attack us, to be honest. Spells. Banishment. Blight. Grants maximum damage from the spell and disadvantage on saving throws. 88 necrotic. In a 9-meter radius. Or is that a 9-meter range? Is that against one target? Dimension door. Come in handy a couple of times. Wall of fire. I'm not sure about the wall of fire. If you stand close to it. I suppose it's a crowd control spell. I don't know how long the wall is. It doesn't say. Concentration spell, that's the problem. You killed Balthasar, so I can't see how they'd be warned. Well, we know that Nightsong's probably gone, though. Fly is actually a useful ability. It's a melee concentration spell though. I suppose with flight, you can basically cast it on somebody. They can fly somewhere, then cast it on yourself. Gaseous form. You can definitely use that spell. But it's so situational. That is that. We're coming across more and more this kind of stuff. Trouble is you have to be in melee range to activate it. Yeah, you see, I'd rather have it in a scroll because it is more situational. Stinking Cloud, is that what we just got cast on us? It's not, is it? What was that? What was that he used on us, Balthasar? 6 meter radius, 10 turns, prevents creatures from taking actions. Concentration spell. Cloud kill, that was it. I mean, Cloud of Daggers, Stinking Cloud, Blight, they're all just like similar things, really. I thought he already had Whole Person. When Whole Person works, it's an amazing spell. What's a level 5 spell? Oh, Cloud Kill. You see, what annoys me about this is it doesn't tell you what the radius of the effect is. Because if it's like a 6 meter thing or like a 9 meter thing, you know, it's a big difference. Or if it says 1 meter per level or something like that. 1 meter per level of caster, that would be good. I'm trying to think what we really need. Whole Person we already have access to, so we don't need that. Blight, I can't tell if that's a single target. It doesn't work on undead anyway. Dimension Door is very useful, but we already have that on another. Is it Chav who has that? Oh, sorry, no, it's the mage who has that. This is Chav. Wall of Fire. How long is the wall? Banish is great, takes someone out of combat for a few turns. Kind of, it's only one person though, isn't it? Temporarily banish them for 2 turns. I mean, yeah, you can remove one. But how is that different from casting a Stinking Cloud on them? But they can't take any actions. At 6 meter radius, anything in it cannot take any actions while you're concentrating. But all it takes is like an archer to hit you and then boom, it's gone. Whereas Banish... Actually, Banish is a concentration spell. That's ridiculous. They move out. Yeah, they always do. They always move out. I don't know how long that wall is. That would let you, like, section an area off. Anything coming through takes a lot of fire damage. Very useful. I think we'll go with that. No, it banishes them into another plane of existence. Ability improvement. You can increase one ability by 2 or 2 abilities by 1. So you could put charisma up, get even higher saves, or you can put your dex up and get an armor class bonus. Charisma increases by 1 to a maximum of 20. 20 charisma, that's insane. Plus 5 initiative and can't be surprised. That is a nice thing to have. The spells ignore resistance to a damage type of your choice. When you cast spells of that type, you cannot roll a 1. Wow. That's actually an interesting ability. I am Road Wolf, yeah. Crumbs, thank you for 37. So, if you took that, you could then say that they are adept at fire. Your spells ignore resistance to fire. So if you come across anything that he's fireballing and stuff, it doesn't care. And also you can't roll a 1. It's pretty amazing. You gain 3 luck points, which you can use to gain advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throws, or make an enemy re-roll their attack roll. How long does that last then? Once per long rest. You have inexplicable luck that seems to kick in at just the right moment. I really like the sound of that. That can really get you out of some sticky situation. So when they're like lock picking and they roll something bad, you can just go, I'm feeling a bit lucky, and just re-roll it and get advantage on it. Wow. That come in very handy. You learn 2 cantrips and a level 1 spell from the Warlock spell list. You can cast a level 1 spell once per long rest. Your spellcasting ability for all 3 spells is Charisma. Loads of DMs ban lucky in real life because it's OP. Yeah, I can well believe that. There are so many good ones you can get here. You get an advantage on saving throws to maintain a concentration on a spell. You see that? That's very good. Makes him really hard to be broken concentration. You learn a cantrip and the number you need to roll a critical hit with spells is reduced by 1. This effect can stack. Yikes. So now you've got a 10% chance to crit instead of 5. That's pretty good. Oh man, there's so many good abilities here. Holds a creature 3 meters closer. Target cannot use reactions. Balance advantage. Reduce the movement speed by 3. Undead target receives disadvantage on attack rolls. You gain proficiency in 3 skills of your choice. Jeez, man. It's just way too much choice. Recognize plants and animals. Hug trees. No, you think it's gone from a 20 to crit to a 19 to crit. Yeah, which means it's gone from a 5% chance to a 10% chance. You've literally doubled your chance of critting. Think about it. Multiply 20 by 5, what do you get? You get 100. So multiply 1 by 5, what do you get? You get 5. So you have a 5% chance of critting. If you now make a crit on a 19 and a 20, you now have a 10% chance to crit instead of a 5. So 1 in 10 times you attack, you're going to crit. It's mad. It's a mad, mad skill. And also, so is Warcaster, because if I put something up requiring concentration, you know, that means I've got advantage to saving throws against breaking it. But critting 10% of the time, it's just like, and that's a passive ability that's going to be there all the time. It stacks if your Eldritch Blast is 3 tries to crit. Yep. You really improve your chances of critting a lot. That lucky though is... I can see that being extremely useful for Chav. Every time he uppicks a lock, every time he has to persuade somebody, like key points in the game, when you really need it, you can just go, yeah, I'm feeling lucky. Or even make the enemy re-roll their attack roll. That's ridiculous. If the enemy gets lucky, you're like, yeah, can you just roll it again, please? I don't like that. I think it's a toss-up between lucky and improving our crit chance. And I think I'm going to go with lucky. She's got a new feat now. I'm going to go with Warcaster for her. Because she has like things like Bless and stuff. I really need that to be up. So with her, I'm going to say advantage on saving throws to maintain concentration, because she tends to use a lot of concentration things. Ritual Caster. Yeah, whatever. We'll make her a Warcaster. Right, Savage Attacker. When making melee attacks, you roll your damage dice twice and use the highest result. That sounds like a lovely thing. Is there an equivalent for the Barbarian that will double their crit chance? Mutimus, I've played D&D for many years, mate. Many years. I have a lot of experience in D&D. But it was all 3rd edition. Not so much 5th. Keen. Where's Keen? Weapon Master? Nope. Sharpshooter. How do we improve our chances of critting? So the other thing we can do is put a strength up. You put a strength up, it goes from +3, Crusher, Piercer, and Slasher Skill. That's not really worth it. What are you seeing Crusher, Piercer and Slasher skills? No, I don't think they are. Oh my god, look at this. If you look at her hit points, right, 77. If she gets tough, she goes from 77 to 93 hit points. Whew. That's a huge jump. So do we give her more hit points or just increase her damage output by rolling damage dice twice and taking the high result? Both of those are extremely good. I don't feel like she's lacking damage. Mind you, I don't feel like she's lacking staying power either. Great Weapon Master will add a flat 10 damage. When you land a critical hit or kill a target with a melee weapon, you can make another melee attack as the bonus action. Attacks with heavy melee weapons you are proficient with deal in addition 10 damage at the cost of a -5 attack roll penalty. You can toggle this on and off. Gain proficiency with 4 weapons of your choice. And your strength and dex increases by 1 to a maximum of 20. Select feat passives. Weird. If she uses a savage attacker, it increases her chance to hit and effectively negate the -5 penalty. Yeah, but she can't have both, can she? You can't have both. Oh, reckless attacks, it grants advantage. Hmm. "93 hit points is very appealing. -5 on attack is bad. Savage can give you an additional up to 8 damage. I think I'd rather have the guaranteed damage of that. -5 is a lot. That's a 25%. Right, magey. M. Hoffman, thank you for 42 months. Monkey's asking why I have so much candy. She doesn't know I always keep a few Twix up my sleeve. Otakute's Resilient Sphere. Enclose a target in a sphere of shimmering force, reducing its movement speed by half and blocking all incoming and outgoing damage. Crazy one. Nice storm. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to pick this up in a second, guys. We've got F1 starts in 5 minutes. I'm not going to pick these in 5 minutes. So, I shall be back right after the Formula 1. We'll pick these final things, take a long rest, and then go to Moonrise Towers. Right, I'm torn between getting Spell Sniper, which doubles our crit chance, or getting Tough, which increases our hit points from 50 to 66, or getting Warcaster, which I did for Shadowheart to maintain concentration spells better. Tricky one. This is good for a mage who's a glass cannon. This is good if we don't want him to die early. And then this is good if we want him to use more concentration spells. Which he could do, depending on the spells we choose up here. Which I currently have Black Tentacles, which is a concentration spell. 6 meter radius, anything walks in it, they get, or potentially get covered in vines. I know how annoying they are. And Ice Storm, which is basically something that just puts cold on the floor, strikes objects 6 meters. So in theory you can combo that, because that's a concentration, then you can put that on top. So, I don't know. But they're both level 4 spells, that's the problem. So maybe we can't really combo them. You've not missed anything. I'm literally just finishing off the spells for... we leveled up 3 characters, we're just finishing the level up of the last one now. The alternative is we go with something like that, but they just walk out of it. But again, that's a concentration spell, but it's level 3. Arcane Lock. I can't think of many times you'd need an Arcane Lock. I mean, Blur is a concentration spell. Attackers have a disadvantage on attack rolls against you. Doesn't rely on creatures that don't rely on sight, although it can see through illusions. So, there is that ability. There's also a knock there. Which, I wouldn't mind him learning knock, actually. Well, we tend to lockpick our way through most things, but having a knock ability against really tough locks might be okay. Wouldn't use it a lot. Blur is something that, if you used it in combination with the one where it's hard to break your concentration, actually makes him more surviving. Thinking about it. So, I guess another way of doing this would be to say, get rid of that. And bring that in. So you concentrate on making yourself really hard to hit. And then just go off and hit things. So you would take Warcaster so that you have an advantage on saving throws so they can't break your concentration. That keeps the blur up, which makes you much harder to hit. Thus increasing his survivability while he concentrates on that blur spell. Blur, Sanctuary, Shield of Faith. Yeah, he has Mirror Image. I can't remember if it's a... I mean, this is about increasing his survivability, which is probably not a bad thing. And that gives him an extra AoE type thing. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Right, now we're going to go for a long rest. Would I recommend this game to anyone who wants to play it? Not anyone that wants to play it, no. Anybody who likes this kind of game, this is one of the best. But not, you know, it's not everybody's type of game, is it? So, apart from that, I'd slightly qualify what you said.
Which way to the nearest library?
Now, if he's good at concentration spells, conjure up mana elemental, which we tend not to do a lot of. I don't really use that. So mirror image is not a concentration spell, so blur mirror image combo makes him very difficult to hit, actually. Because that would give them disadvantage, and that would increase his armor class by 3. Should really be down there, I think. You get what I'm saying, Scott? It's a very good game, but it's not for everyone. So that would let him bring in a mana elemental to help fight, which is good. Slow, we don't use a lot. And that's a concentration spell, so... it is very good, but not as good as Whole Person. That is an amazing spell. Lightning Bolt's fantastic. Counter spell's great. Mirror Image, Misty Step, Scorching Ray. D12 Lightning is looking less and less useful, but it's... might ditch that. Again, concentration spell. Which you probably won't use. Instead of that, we could perhaps take elemental, take a major offensive spell. Never played this type of game until this one. I do really enjoy it though. Oh, that's good, Armin. That's a good thing. Ice Knife is good. Thunderwave is good. Scorching Ray is good. Okay, let's go with that.
No time to dally.
Actually, she got any more stuff she needs to learn? We need to go and sell, actually. Gust of Wind. Summon a strong wind that clears all clouds and pushes creatures back 5 meters, causing them to be off balance. That's 50 to learn. Grab it.
I'm ready.
She's got 1 level 4 up there, which is Guardian Faith, which is amazing. I wonder whether to get remove cursing into combat these days. Wind them into the chasms. That'd be such a good spell. Just blow them all into the chasm. I don't know, Scott. Not even flown to Scotland yet. Yeah, alone film it. So the only thing about Beacon of Hope is it, if it was a cantrip, it would be fantastic because you could put it, or like a bonus, you could put it up and then do a heal. I didn't need to use scrolls. I could have used a spell as well. What have we got? We've got 2 1s, quite a few 2s, some 3s. Glyph of Warding I'm literally never using. We could perhaps drop that. Daylight. Oh, there's some abilities that give you bonuses in daylight. The only problem with that is it's a melee ability. So if one of your characters gets cursed or hexed, you have to go over and touch them to get rid of it. That's the only problem with it. Silence might be useful now, she can concentrate. The only problem with it is they run out of it. What's good? If you took Great to Weapon Master Incarnate, you might want to find the toggle for all of her spellbook and drag it into hotbar. I didn't take it, John Bly. I took the one that gives us an advantage on damage rolls. I think I'm going to take Remove Curse. Just so that she's got that option now. Spiritual weapon, animate dead. Light down there. Got bestow curse and remove curse over here.
Looking ahead.
Okay, let's get to it. Remove curse is something you swap in after combat. Yeah, the problem is it though, like if you don't take it before you go into combat, I mean I get what you're saying, when you come out of combat you can swap it out for something, but then if you forget to have it when you go into combat, you can't use it, which is really annoying. Yikes. Split that. Go. Jack Sims, after 104 months, I don't know what to put in this box anymore. How you doing, sir? Yeah, true, Vulpedrank, but we don't get Mausoleum entrance. we should nip back to the last light inn, sell some junk.
There you are. What's happening out there? Who was that streaking across the sky?
Who was that? That was Night's Song. We freed her from a plane of darkness. Oh, and by the way, we killed Balthasar in the process. Her name is Nightsong, an immortal Ketherica trapped within the Shadowfell.
An immortal? But it couldn't possibly be. Never mind. It doesn't matter. What matters is you have him in a corner. Jaheira and every fighting body in this place have gone to Moonrise Towers to face Ketheric down. She's waiting for you there.
Really?
End this. Now. We're all counting on you.
Can I sell my stuff first, or is like... Have you got rid of all the traders? Oh, you've got rid of all the... Isabel! Who am I going to trade with now? Is he still there? There he is. Yo!
Very well.
Got some junk in the trunk. I mean, quality items that I'm sure you'd like to buy from us at cut down price. Can we go here now?
Did you see it? The path of light. That's good, right? Means we might make it out of here alive.
Indeed, because if I didn't have saved that girl, you'd all be dead. Suppose you've got anything good. These items don't really recycle very much, do they? Got all this stuff. Oh, there's no way he's gonna have enough money for our junk. Oh, he does. I am surprised. Don't remove us. You got any dye? Can't see any dye. Also, we used a lot of big healing potions in that fight. Kind of need to replace them.
I'll be here if you need anything else.
Sure you will. Potion of healing. Not really big enough now. Greater healing. What do we need? Ashes of balsam. Balsam and creeper. Make a potion of speed. That's always useful. Elixir of necrotic. Peerless focus sounds like a good thing to have. When you really need to concentrate. Isabel's brewed up belly glummer. What on earth is that? Guys, a green magic license that they're high on the list. Yeah, well, we'll do the dress up some other time. Let's get buffed up and ready for a big fight, shall we?
Wits and blades always sharp.
have my attention.
Sol Invictus! All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
And let's go to Moonrise Towers. See what kind of fun we're dealing with. What the? Looks like there's been a bit of a mess already. Wish to bring the rogue first. I think that boat might have sailed. On Amici. Unfortunately. There's a lot of loot here though, guys. Gold. Uh-oh. The red symbols come up. I mean, they won't be needing this stuff anymore, will they? A shame to leave it all. Just lying there. Make good use of it. Of course, I'm going to get cutscened any second. Why is that encumbered as already? Jeez, man. 10 kilograms of gold we're carrying around. It's certainly not helping. $16 kilograms of sack. Which has loads of potions in it. I don't think I need to carry 9 kilograms of water around. I could be wrong. I'll give that to Karlak. She can carry that.
Lost in thought.
Oh, really? You can't use that there, then?
Never a dull moment.
Wait, why can Shav have the moon lantern here? Is it because he's got a 200 weapon?
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
You've got a broken one.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
What's next, I wonder?
I think the broken one. It's the one that does damage, not light. Oh.
No time to rest.
That does damage as well, though. That's a club, light, versatile.
What am I to do?
And that one is a club, light, versatile. What's the difference? That does 2 to 7 damage.
Shouldn't have wished to live in
That
more
one does 0 to
interesting
5.
times.
Just a better version, isn't it?
I wonder
I
what
are
the next
confused.
move is.
So they appear to be holding a broken moon lantern, which when you remove, still... This is weird. I just don't understand that, but okay.
The air is ripe with magic.
Still alive. So
Cool
that's
Tiger, thank you for
progress.
gifting sub to Bigfoot. Welcome, Bigfoot.
save Baldur's Gate.
Some nice stuff here. Moonrise Guard's Key. Too heavy.
What a charmer.
Yikes. It seems we didn't sell everything back there.
Have a lot on my mind.
Sweet Cyborg, thank you for 63
And, well,
months.
In it.
Shadow to shadow. Soon the final reckoning.
I'm not leaving the plate armor behind. That's got to get picked up. I think I'll just send it to camp.
Hey, good looking.
We'll send all of this to camp. We'll have to deal with it later.
Is that blood? No. Never mind.
Borpro, thank you for 28 months.
Once more into battle. Once more to save Baldur's Gate.
Moonrise Guard's Key. Very close to getting cutscene now. The Scroll of Blair, how useful.
Let's
Right,
get on
next
with it.
question. Can we animate any dead here?
Seek and you shall find me.
So settle a century-old score.
All right. What now?
Everybody's freaking out by the undead. Look at them all. Whoa, I don't like this undead stuff. Go away, undead.
Never wanted the easy path.
Unshackled from shadows, she will rise in moonlit glory and carve a path of brightness to the accursed one's second death. So saith the wise Alondo. That beacon of angelic wrath has taken the fight to Ketheric on the rooftop, and the first line of defense are dead. But storming the tower won't be easy, and if we wait too long, Ketheric will gather his strength and retaliate. For now, though, he's on the back foot for the first time since he returned from the grave. This is it. The spearhead moment. You brought us this far. So how shall we proceed?
I think we should all go back to the inn, have a cup of tea, and draw up an attack plan. How does that sound? And maybe a bacon sandwich. We move in and secure the ground floor first. Cut off all exits. You're the High Harper, you tell me. Do what you will, just don't get in my way. I mean, how are you supposed to answer that? You should know what to do, or I don't care what you do, or let's cut off the ground floor and make sure they can't leave. Not really sure how that helps, but...
A sound strategy. Once it's done, me and my Harpers will hold the ground
It's
floor
my
while
Harpers
you
and
hunt down
I.
the General himself. Floric left some of her flaming fist. They'll scout the prisons and the barracks below to ensure we're not taken by surprise.
Say the word, and we're off.
The word. Actually, I'd rather you join my party. On the one hand, she might die in our party. On the other hand, she might die if I don't bring her with us. You do the ground floor and we'll do the upper.
At the ready, Harpers! In this light, there will be victory. In this light, we will avenge the fallen! The time has come. Ketheric will taste of death at last. Soon we'll finally reckon.
God, there's so much loot.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. These boots have seen everything.
That's the big guy.
I just want a little look.
You dare show yourself here after all you've done? You have betrayed me. You have betrayed General Thorm. You have betrayed our god! And for what? These Harpers. Moonrise will be their tomb, and in death, you will all serve the Absolute.
Step aside, Zrel. Surrender and I'll let you live. I've looked forward to killing you since the moment we met. I like this one. She won't do it, but it's funny. Surrender and I'll let you live.
Like a kitten roaring at a tiger. Boys, make this traitor bleed.
Right, let's have a look what we're dealing with. Oh, they've got an annoying death ward. Psychic resistance on those. Sensitive to sunlight. You see that sunlight ability that we should have got that. Could have cast that in this room and that would have really made them annoyed. A gold dwarf. We need a bit of crowd control.
Surprised you spotted me.
Yeah, you definitely stand up.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Cloak and dagger, my favorite.
Chap's a bit far forward for my liking. I was thinking of putting that line of fire up, but it depends how long it takes before we get initiative. down there and start annoying this guy. That's as far as we can go. Alright, let's just go to here.
Ah, a little fun at last.
See if we can work this wall of fire. How do we even control this spell? Like, which direction is it going to put the wall? Create a blazing wall of fire, burning anyone who dares to stand too close. But if I do it here, would it go that way or this way? So that, or we put the Hunger of Hadar on them. Tap once for the start point. Okay. Like that. Yeah. Let's see if they enjoy that. Disciple Zrel failed a counter spell. He tried to counter it. Why don't you have a bit of backlash? Right, my sincere hope is that our allies won't go running through this, but I have no control of them, so who knows what they're going to do. Nah, I'm not using that on her.
What's this?
Right, time to get in the fight. Dear God, this camera. Save butterflies.
You shall not
Send him down. Don't run into the fire. Wait, they're taking... they're taking fire damage, and now they're taking ice damage. I've just got this awful feeling that Jaheira's going to run straight into here. Use black hole. Create a point of intense gravity that pulls all nearby enemies and possibly slows them. 5 more black holes can be summoned after spell initial casting. Afterwards, you must short rest before casting. I've not even got this spell. I'm trying to put a black hole on Chav. I think we'll try and re-roll that. Oh, that's not good, is it?
Can't believe you could see this.
I can't find a good camera. Don't run into the fire, you absolute idiot. Somehow I knew they was going to do that. Got any kind of range attack. 5 meters. Oh, that's like a cone. That's interesting. 18-meter chromatic orb. Who is it who did that? Is it him? Which was the one who cast that spell? Was it this guy here, or was it this guy up here? Did he just move forward, or did he cast it? Do you remember? The orc. Which orc? That one. Zrel.
Stay focused. Heading there.
Right. We need to get rid of Zell pretty quickly. We could knock them all back with a thunder wave. That's only a 5 meters, we can't do that. Chuck a fireball in there. What's she resistant to? Fire shield, chill. Effect enemy shields against 3 meters range. Resistance to fire damage, deals cold damage to anyone that hits with melee attack. Second and third mirror image. Okay, need to keep distance as well. Let's go here. I'm going to have to drop that wall of fire because otherwise I think our friends are going to get damaged. He's coming in for spell casting. And that, Jahira, is why you don't go up the front. Oopsie! What the heck just happened? Hunger of Hadar. Counterspell that. You're not having any Hadar here. Let me just have a look what happened to that guy.
Come at me! Come on, man!
Took 11 fire damage. Wall of fire killed him. Helena's going to get burned. I don't think the zombie can even move right now. You stand there, mate. Is any one of them concentrating on that? So none of them are concentrating.
Easy these days.
Right, what do we get Chav to do? Right, that's blinded them all.
Karlak, it's go time.
I'm a bit worried about using lightning bolts too early. I don't even know what they're
Celebratory bunting. Go for it all. Love it and the company.
Thank you, Mickey. Whoa! Where'd the panther come from? Oh, he's doing it again. Oh my god, that's an annoying ability. That is a very annoying ability. Just when we got everybody in position. I wouldn't mind. That doesn't even appear to be a concentration ability. Decisions. That was Zrel again, wasn't it? Zrel's gonna have to die ASAP. "28 hit points. We need to get rid of it ASAP.
Can't give up. Not now.
At least keep her busy. Better collateral. Is she actually dead? I can't tell. They're just prone, I think. Right, now you've done that. Move out the way. Tell you what, actually, why don't we get these guys up here? If we can. I don't like the way Jaheira's gone so far forward. I just got this feeling she's going to die. What? How did that guy blinded get double crit on him? That's ridiculous. He's like completely blind. You just get lucky. Right, there we go. Disciples Rail, get down there and bite. Take advantage of the fact that they're on the floor right now. Path is interrupted. We'll stand there then.
Done.
200 XP for the party, and that's the main one dead. And that spell lingers on.
Got this.
Right, time to go to work. What are they vulnerable to? It's not particularly effective, we can knock them. That's what we need. The archers actually attacking those archers up there. I wish you could give them a steer on what you'd like them to attack. Oh, nice. Good bit of ice storm. Right, can this get up here at all? Negative. They are annoyingly high up. Amazing. D4 plus 4. So 1 for him. 1, 2, 3 for him. And 1 for him. Oh my god, he survived. Amazing.
Can't afford to let up. Should check for anything useful.
Swell's personal reminder. Balthazar has sent you the word nor notice. Wherever he's gone is a mystery. Needs someone to investigate his chambers, but no doubt he's rigged the thing to high health. I think you'll find he's gone. There's one prone down there. How is that path interrupted? That's him gone. Darkness doing it. One hit point wonder. He fell over. Adept has cast Guiding Bolt. This guy, he just keeps getting up. He's like on the ice in the darkness. He gets up and just falls over again. It's brilliant. Go on, zombie, get in there. Hey!
Absolute will not win this day.
Go on, fall over. Let's go over here and bite these. Oh, we can't get there. This is causing a lot of problems for both sides.
Time to push my luck again.
There's just slippy ice absolutely everywhere. We might as well just rain down some... I can't do anything. Alright, can you jump over there? Maybe come round the back here. Yeah, go over there.
Keep going.
Go there and then shoot stuff. Literally can't hit them.
This is gonna
feel good.
I feel like Karlach has done absolutely nothing in this fight. Activated the 1 hit point ability. That's Pippa. Barking at nothing in the garden. You probably heard something. Oh, we miss! That's amazing. They're all missing. I should probably remove the darkness. But it's so much fun. On 1 hit. Oh no, hang on, where are they going? I think you should stay there. Don't think you should leave.
Of course.
What's the plan?
Yeah, there's one coming in. We'll deal with them.
No time for pain. Take you.
These elementals are really, really useful. Oh, he's back on his feet. Oh, they picked on him. Poor guy. They all ganged up on him. Thunderous Smite. Blimey. Cast, that is such a huge ability to cast on a small little ice elemental. But that's the other thing, it makes them waste their abilities. Aren't you? No, the AI is not very smart at all.
No choice but to
We're
keep
basically
going.
crowd controlling him over there.
One day I'll catch a break.
Smell blood.
Ooh. Man, she hits like a truck. "16 slashing damage and 3 radiant damage." Dice rolled again. I love it. She gets the extra dice roll on damage. Get critted. Jira's on half health. There you go. Lovely crit. Swing and a miss.
Let's end this. On my way.
Not enough movements. You can't make it that. Are you serious? Hardly seems worth doing anything. One hit point wonder. They got some big weapons. Immune to frightened. Where are you going? Really? This guy doesn't want to die.
Got it.
Finally.
Soldier.
I mean, this is only the appetizer as well. This is like the ground floor. There's a whole lot of them upstairs outside the throne room. And then whatever's on the roof. Well, whatever's on the roof.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
Not until we put
Right. How do I get rid of the darkness?
Ready and willing.
Hey ho.
How does he uncast it? Bottom left. Cast daylight. Oh, it went away. I don't understand how that works, but okay. Oh, there's so much loot here, it's ridiculous.
No traps, please.
Let's march.
Where's Arden, Bryn.
And
So Rel's under there. There's Rel. Hey, parasite. Key room. Set that camp. Scroll of Shatter damages all nearby creatures and objects. Creatures made of inorganic materials such as stone have disadvantage on the saving throw. Give that to Chav. At a 10 turn duration. Okay. Yeah, so when we came out of turn mode, it... Dark Ring. We can buy some stuff with all this gold at some point. You hate how disarm works. What don't you like? Breastplate +2. Medium armor. Very nice. While raging, the wearer generates 2 turns of wrath. We should give that to pups. The Halberd of Vigilance. 8 to 20. Same as this one. We do slashing and radiance. It does exactly the same but with force damage. It's a good weapon. Bizarrely enough, this weapon on the floor is worth almost 3 times as much as the weapon that was made by the daughter of a goddess. And somehow the weapon that was made by a daughter of a goddess is only rare, and this one is very rare. I mean, she must go around making them for everybody. It's kind of bizarre. Soul coin. Got a feeling we'll need them. 3 soul coins. Why are they going round with rotten fish and banana? It's kind of weird. You're welcome, Lieutenant Dan. Thank you for 20 months. At what point did we swap that? I need to give her some better relaxation clothes. So that's what she should look like, and that's what she does look like.
My faith protects me.
Can't give up now.
What I need is a pouch that I can put all these scrolls in. I don't like the inventory management in this game. Like in World of Warcraft, you can get mods that give you like different bags and bag sizes, and you can group things in and say, if you pick up a scroll, put it in this bag. And if you pick up a weapon, put it in this bag. This just goes, here's a big backpack full of stuff. Have fun with that.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Well, there actually is a mod in this game for that. Amazing. That was quick development. It's a lot of keys. It's called Bags, Bags, Bags. Is that Jahira there waiting for us? A rotten lemon. These people carry around the weirdest things.
Where to?
Did you really, Tom? Okay. I think that's most of the main ones done. Kind of hard to work out.
No one stopped me yet.
I kind of feel like we should have a long rest before we push on the rest of this place. I'm sure the Thorn will wait for us. You cannot end day while a party is in a danger zone. Well, there goes that idea.
That helped.
It did indeed. I don't want another big fight right now.
Time to press ahead.
Without any level 4 spells. Let's go see if she wants to say anything.
As long as we hold this floor, the tower is ours. I'll stay here. Ensure no one comes up or down without a scimitar welcome. You're close now. A final audience with Ketheric Thorm awaits.
I detected hints of envy. I didn't. Perhaps you'd like to be there for that finale. I didn't detect a hint of envy. Didn't she say to us, we're relying on you? Is that basically saying I want your help? But she might die in the fight. The only thing I'm considering is, if she comes with us for that fight, she may not hold the ground floor. Maybe that'll lead to things attacking us. Coming up the staircase. I saw what she says to that.
Ha! Keen eye. I suppose I could be persuaded.
Then consider yourself persuaded. On second thought, it's rather vital this floor remains secure. I'm kind of this point of view. I've just got a feeling that if we bring her with us, something's gonna kick off down here. Or he'll escape or some rubbish like that. I'm gonna leave her down here.
Say no more. Just get the job done.
Okay. Karlach wanted to come with us, but... You cannot fast travel from this area. Are we allowed to walk outside and long rest then, I think? Or do we have to push on and kill him with all of our big spells depleted? Oh, Karlak wants to talk to us, funnily enough. Karlak's going to say, I want Jaheira to come with us.
Dame Aelin has unleashed on this place. Ketherick will be waiting for us on the rooftop. Let's help her finish the job.
Okay, thanks for your input. While we're here, let's go and chat with... What's her face? The little girl. Tell you what, I've not chatted with Halsin for ages. Where is she? Well, what's she doing? She's doing yoga.
We need to keep pressing forward. The day isn't won until Ketherick Thorm has breathed his last.
Okay. Where's Withers gone? There he is. Let's go and see if she's got over it yet. Arabella, she's the one we told her parents are dead, and she basically went mad at us.
I don't believe it. They can't be.
Okay.
Breathe, child. Resist not the winds of change. Let them carry thee.
No.
Listen. Dost thou not hear it? Where creation meets ruin, where morning meets midnight, the root of all being. Balance.
They're dead. I can't. Balance.
Your very soul is tangled in shadow. Arabella's magic, wild as cursed briar. Her talent is now yours too.
Didn't expect this. What's going on here?
The girl must learn the ways of the arcane, but she shan't remain here.
Did she teach us how to do tendrils? Like she said she would. Where will she go? Why not? I'm sending her out there alone. Fine with me, she's already outstayed her welcome. Where will she go?
The weave knows her purpose. It will guide her plainly, if she listens. Arabella holds a power beyond reckoning. That of the decaying forest and the seedling that bore it.
Who knew?
But it is unbalanced. Her yoke is already heavy. If she walks thy path, it will surely break. Arabella will depart once thou dost leave these accursed lands. She will find her way safely. Thus, it is fated.
Bowman, you're making me leave.
Bowman?
Fear not, girl. Abandon not the weave, and it shall not abandon thee.
You can trust Withers. If he says you'll be safe, you should believe him. I'm sorry, I wish it could be different. I'm not going to make you go away. He is. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I wish it could be different.
You feel grief fade as if it were your own. There is a lightness in her now, veiling the power within, soothing it.
Is that my future? Is that why they died?
It is.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Bowman, for being nice. If there are people like you around, perhaps everything will be all right.
Good camera. Withers encouraged Arabella to learn the ways of the weave. She left her own way to find the world. You receive a ring which has level 2 shadow blade on it. Weave a shadowy short sword in your hand that deals 2d6 psychic damage. When you use the sword to attack a light that is in dim light or darkness, you make an attack roll with advantage. Thanks, Withers. Great spell. Thanks, bro. Also, look. Arabella's Shadow Entanglement. Entangle undead and shadow creatures until long rest. Concentration. So yeah, we just got another ability. We learned how to entangle. Oh man, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? Poor girl lost her parents. And what this is like, yeah, you've lost your parents. You need to leave them now and leave everybody that is in this camp and find your own way. And she's like, what? Is that why my parents died? Yes, it is. Yay! Yay, my parents died so that I could do this. What?
Making me sweat.
Oh, I think camp's full. Oh no, it's not. Whew. I don't think we need to carry 6 shovels around, do we? Can we split that? Carry 2 and send 4 away?
Can't afford to stay idle.
I'll send that back to camp. That came in useful. The ice elementals will expire shortly, yes. Once we rest.
Let's get going.
When we rest now, they'll expire. Mr. Podway, thank you for 21 months.
A long way to go still.
Direct me. No one back home will ever believe this.
I want a script. Who's this?
Have to keep going.
They put one guy guarding the entrance. One person. Oh, this sounds like the whole ground floor is secure. Nothing could happen to him. Right, where was that staircase up again? Let's go and confront the big man.
What's
Did
inside?
we loot these bodies? I don't think we did. Oh yeah, we did. They were from ages ago.
Let's see.
Oh my god. Dedicated to Ketheric. Temple's Lodge selects an appropriate agent to parlay with the Shadow Druid leaders. Eventually all should be infected with tadpoles. You see, that's why I'm only using half of my party with tadpoles. I'm kind of hedging my bets, thinking, when we get to the big end boss fight, the people with tadpoles are probably going to have to keep rolling against some kind of control. And the ones that won't have to do that. So we'll see what happens. There they are. Here they are. Where is she? The one who wouldn't let us go up. Mage armor, no resistance. Necro damage. Okay. We'll consider this the aperitif.
Down the hatch.
How do you feel about that, love? Tell you what, you can have a special symbol on your head. I think at 58 months, Trucker J. I've only played for the first hour. I feel like I've even scratched it. You haven't. You haven't. That is true. You miss? You stupid imp.
You will die, my lord. Perhaps then you
Misty
will
Stepper.
be obedient.
Where's she going? She's gone upstairs, maybe. Oh, hang on. Wait, where's she gone? Oh, she Misty stepped over here. Fireball. Can we counter that, please? I don't like the sound of that. Oi! Running off. Don't finish with you.
Indeed.
Torment.
Never a dull moment. Breathe deep and move.
45% chance to slow her. Level 4 spell. It's not really worth it. We'll save it for upstairs. Time to reach first hour. It only just left the counter creation screen. That's what I was thinking. It took me 40 minutes just to create my character. I don't want to waste all my spells right now. I think I've got a feeling she might be running away to summon something. That's the only problem. Can we bounce back this way? Can we break the laws of physics? No. It's on 36. Reach from beyond. Find a target with decaying magic. Nah, I'm not going to counter that. Don't even know where that one came from.
Got to press on.
Oh, that was the one that... Yeah. Okay, we'll shoot that one. Can't quite hit her. Oink.
What should I do?
Oh man.
Aye, aye.
Yeah, Onamichi. I mean, not only that, Onamichi, you could play the game again. You could play it with a different character. You could do things differently, make different key choices, and just have an entirely different experience. There's massive replayability. Just look at Skyrim, like the amount of times people played Skyrim again and again and again. It's like that. Wow, disadvantage. Target's too close. That sucks. What about now? Ooh, the reach on that thing is absurd.
Gone with the weave.
Yeah, we'll save for mage.
Still on my feet.
Just go and finish it off the old-fashioned way, I think. Let's go and see what she's got on.
Something good here. I hope.
So she was carrying a bone and a candle and a scourge. You miss an attack, deal 1 bludgeoning damage anyway. Whoop-dee-doo.
Moving in.
Big fight? Fig. Apparently they're limited characters. Alright, Mr. No Longer Invulnerable.
You. What have you done? What have you done to me?
Made you, mortal? Captain Cocky? You're mortal again, Thorm. I've come to finish you. You did this to yourself. You were feeding off Nightsong for a century, no longer. Intimidation. Surrender now and I'll consider letting you live. Persuasion. Melodia wanted more for you than this, Ketheric. Stop and you may redeem yourself yet. Why would we not kill this guy? He's like 100 years of abuse. I don't think we want to let him go right now, do we? I am curious as to what those options down here will do then. Guess that being a 30-min roll. Well, this one, probably. And also, he just ran away from the priest, which means he won't get guidance, which is really annoying. Oh, it's a 10, apparently. Should we have another go at that?
There is no redemption, can't you see? It is too late. If Melodia could see all I've done, she'd know. She'd know her husband died long ago with Isabel. Unlike Isabel, he could not be brought back.
Melodia is waiting for you in the afterlife. Return to Saloon and your souls will be reunited. Really? So you'll continue this spectacle of violence to what end? This is interesting. I'm gonna go with that.
I wish it could be so. I do. But the Moon Maiden did not intervene when my life was dismantled piece by piece. And when I tried to buy it back, it cost me everything. Everything. We are copper pieces in their belts. Tokens to be traded for scraps. You have beaten me, true soul. But the gods beat me first.
You're gonna get an execute option now. I can help you if you let me. It isn't too late. Your story doesn't end here. Come quietly and you'll be spared. Well, he's on his knees. I mean, how much more quietly do you want him to come? Seeing one's enemies coward never gets old. I'm not really sure what the rest of our party is going to think about this. Pretty much everybody has said we need to defeat him, but what does defeat him mean? Like kill him? I'm going to go option 2. It isn't too late, your story doesn't end here. Uh-oh.
Aelin.
Rise, you dog. Retribution has come, and her sword is my sword.
Actually, it's not. I gave it to Karlach. It was rubbish. Can't use it. Wait, Ketherick surrendered? And mine. What does that mean? Her sword is my sword, and mine. What does that mean? Stand back and watch. This is a tricky one. I feel like we're being misled here. No problem, Mickey. Sword is a metaphor for retribution. Oh, fair enough. Stand back and watch.
Aelin. I was hoping you'd come.
Free from your shackles. Free from the pets you sicked on me for 100 years. Do I frighten you, old man?
Nothing frightens me. Not anymore. Let us finish this, Aelin. I have a price to pay for my power. It will cost me your life. For my own, I have already paid. You have one last chance to bow. Once it's gone, I'll have no choice but to destroy you both. Do you hear? Bow! The prism. You've had it all this time, you worm. You will bow before me, and And if you will not bow, you will break.
He will crumble at the power of your touch. Give him all you have. The gods fight at our side!
Buff up, peeps. Wait, where did he suddenly get all of these guys from? Mistress of the Souls. Okay, is she basically running the show for them then? Okay, she's got to be a big focus. Armor class 22. Grants all allies a +5 bonus to saving throws. Whew. So we can't disease him. He has extra attack. Advantage on being charmed. Magic can't put him to sleep. Difficult to make him to sheep. All incoming damage reduced by 2. When activated, you can't be moved against your will by any spell action, but have disadvantage on dex saving throws. And he has a shield bash.
Fire, baby.
Do we want to try and crowd control him in some way? Maybe focus on this one. He has got a height advantage. I don't know what he's going to cast either. He's probably got some spellbook. I kind of feel like dealing with his ads first though. It kind of looks like she's going to tank him. But I think I'd rather just... This one feels like it's going to spellcast as well. Whoa. Got some sick damage. How do you like that combat, Sistera? She didn't even gonna go. It was like bang, 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 see ya. Right then. Let's see what he does. I was gonna say he's gonna resurrect her now. Disrespectful aspect. Deadly orders on Karlach. Oh god.
Your attack, soldiers.
No, 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 no. I have this horrible feeling that... Ooh, that was a crit. Reach from beyond. Well, I think we'll counter that. These guys are annoying, aren't they? Deadly orders. 1 turn remain. Affected entity has order to attack a specific enemy. So we have no control over her. I don't like the sound of that. Well, we could try and loot her. It'll take a turn to loot her, though. She's prone right now. We need to do something to stop. Because he'll just crit her in a minute. Could try icing up this place. Nah, it said that you could try whole person, but he's quite resistant to it. What was it? We read through the list and he's quite resistant to it from something. There you go. Saving throws against being charmed and magic that puts you to sleep. I would be very surprised if hold worked on him. Let's get the mage out of there. Target must be a humanoid. So that ain't working.
Concentrate.
Distract him. Hold monster. We haven't got a hold monster learned, I don't think.
Won't give in. %, chance to hint. 100% defense. 100% high defense. Why is he? Oh, you stupid. Strength 18, so that's no good. Roll a 20. He's down to half. These boots have seen everything.
Right, we've still got control over her. Little bag of bones. Blinding Smite. Look at that attack. Level 3 evocation spell. That's a lot of damage. Evoke a heavenly flare and possibly blind your target. That is a hit, that is. And he's doing that on her, so I'm going to try counter that as best I can. He's going to kill her. I knew this would happen. She's nearly dead. Absolutely panda then. What are you doing there? I don't want her to die. She shouldn't die. But she's going to die if we're not careful. Where can he Misty Step to?
Striking distance.
Enough.
Oh, cut.
My lord beckons me.
Are you going to cut scene away? Are you kidding me?
You must return to your prison, and my daughter must be reclaimed.
Uh-oh.
Your daughter? Isabel.
Well, this is unexpected. I think she's scripted to die. And there's nothing we can do.
Fall as sure as she. This has only begun.
Now it's him versus Tentacle. Cool. That's her goal.
That tentacle was colossal. How can such a thing be possible?
The vital Catholic throne. But before we can finish him, he fled somewhere below the tower. We need to follow him. What? So, when we used to play D&D tabletop, we would call that a pink paragraph. Because what would happen is, we used to get DM'd by a guy, or one of the guys that DM'd. He'd do like Ravenloft missions, and inside the booklet was like pink paragraphs. And when a pink paragraph was read, nobody could do anything. And that was a pink paragraph, because you'd read it, and he'd be like, suddenly, Ketheric Throm does this, and a big tentacle comes out and kills this person, and then he runs off downstairs, and you're like, can I do something? The DM's like, no, there's nothing you can do. You just have to stand there and let this play out. And it's really annoying. I absolutely hate that they've done that. Like, we defeated the guy, and it just scripted the fact that Night Song's just basically dead and been killed by a tentacle, and then he's just left.
Faith will protect me. Time to meet your maker.
Nothing will stand in my way. Don't waste a step.
Oh, not enough movement to shove him. Oh, is he on a wall anyway? You can have that back. I don't like that. I don't like that spell. You can have it back. Rattle. I think that was him being angry.
Tactical. Well, no choice but to follow.
Now, we left Jaheira downstairs. Do you remember I said to you, I don't like the idea of bringing Jaheira up here because I want downstairs to remain. I knew something like this was going to happen. Well, not that. I thought we'd get reinforced from the ground floor. But I think what's going to happen now, we'll go downstairs and Throm's probably killed Jaheira as well. And if we'd have brought Jaheira with us, she'd be still alive. Rubbish. Rubbish items.
What's hiding here? Need to find a way forward.
She'll appear in robes like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I wouldn't be surprised. That was not what I expected at all. I can't believe Night Song is dead. Killed by a giant tentacle. And the giant tentacle didn't even stay, like it's gone. It came up, killed her, and then left. And he's got something on his chest as well. The Scroll of Her Glory. An instructional missive to zealots of the Absolute offered to an audience.
Wonder what's past this.
Ring of Exalted Marrow. Exalt the Risen. Ghoulish Touch. What does that do? Subjugate the undead with your commands. What? Lash out with deadly claws and possibly paralyze the target. That's a wisdom save, 18-meter range with a long rest. That's a very useful item. Do you know fix the darkened portraits on Karlach and Astorian after leveling up? I've not. I don't think I've seen that. Maybe have you tried restarting the game? I take it that doesn't fix it.
Can't afford to stay idle.
What's the story?
At the ready. Let's move.
The ghoulish touch. Apparently it happened after leveling them up in the camp whilst in night time. Ah. So I take it we need to long rest and then go downstairs for round 2.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Salted caramel ice cream, it's good.
Whatever it takes. Vita Explorato! Fiat
Your desire.
Fiat Lux!
Still breathing, despite everything.
Right then, back downstairs we go. So what she's done to Jaheira.
Here we go.
So, want to tell us where everybody is?
To talk.
Rest. Soon. But not yet.
Where exactly is Jaheira? She's supposed to be down here manning the ground floor.
It's a grim task, picking provisions from the dead. But the
Aye.
way I hear it, the fighting's not done yet. You need to resupply.
Aye. That I do. Don't trade some stuff. The problem is I've sent most of it back to camp. Has she got any useful things that we could take into the fight? I don't think she sells Yorkshire tea. Green, yellow, red, orange, purple. So that cure poison, paralysis, and blindness, that's a very useful thing. I like them as well.
Lady, light away.
Oh, she got Reverbis. Hang on, has she? I'll have them as well.
Just tell me what you need.
Gaseous form. Hold monster. Scroll of planar binding, very rare. Target an otherworldly creature and attach its consciousness to your own. It will follow and fight for you as an ally. Jeez, man. What level is that? It's a gold thing like an object on the icon. Fire shield. Oh, what does it look like? That thing.
Ladylike.
Aye. Got my new cloak. It needs colouring, but armor class +1, saving throw +1. We'll take that. Send that to camp. Give that to Gale. Give that to Gale.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Cloud kills level 5, so is Hold Monster and Planar Binding. Shatter is level 2.
I've got a long road ahead.
Right, so we've got to go back upstairs, do we?
One day
I swear she said Thorm's downstairs. He is starting to look like a warlock now. Fight with Thorm, part 2. Step 1, find him. So did he just like run round here somewhere?
Here goes nothing.
Oh, Jaheira's here. What the heck? How does that work? Is that where the tentacle came out of?
The General will call that a tactical retreat, I'm sure. But you have him on the run. That thing he summoned was illicit. Follow it below and find him, before he has a chance to subdue the Night Song again.
You're not wrong, Metaflight. You and your harpers aren't coming? Don't you want to see how this ends? I can handle this. You want to see how it ends?
I certainly do.
Do you know what we can expect when we find him? Do you really think your soldiers can hold out against an entire army?
Theory and supposition, none of which will help us in the fight to come. Ketheric must die, and the Absolute with him. We will work out the details as they rear their ugly heads. If our luck holds, they won't need to. If it doesn't, well, they are Harpers. Being outnumbered is part of the job. But the sooner we reach Ketheric and rob his army of their reason to fight, the better. You have numbers enough already, I think. You'll want a small force if you are to finish this quickly.
A small force?
Good hunting.
Why don't we just go in with more people? In that case, I'll go alone.
What's next, I wonder?
Have we got any corpses we can use? Apparently not.
No time to rest. What path lies before me?
Will you leap after him? No. I need a bio break before we continue. BRB.
hole yawns back at you, impossibly wide. A single tentacle burrowed through stone.
Sure, why not? Why not go down here?
This is an Illithid colony. This must be where they harvest the tadpoles. We're close to the source of the infections.
All of this sitting beneath Moonrise. For how long? And how deep does it go?
Animate dead doesn't require a corpse in this area due to a lingering necrotic stench.
I wonder what the next move is.
Well, okay then.
Quite ready for you.
Descend. Prepare. Obey.
Let's move.
It's very fleshy in here, isn't it? I feel like we're inside of a stomach. Descend, yeah. Why don't we start by saying where are we going?
Descend. Assemble.
Moving ahead.
It strikes me that
Tread carefully. We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
An insect devourer. Now, question one is, why is that not attacking us? What is that moving? Oh. The problem is, if I attack them, they might all attack me. If I don't attack them, we might get away with it, or they might attack us later. Ew.
descend. Assemble.
Who's this?
The stench. I wonder how many pilgrimages to Moonrise ended down here.
Hi, dude.
No will sparks behind his eyes. His mind has been hollowed out to better echo the commands of the collective. You could kill it, end its miserable life of enslavement. Surely that would be the humane thing to do. Or you could take advantage of its vulnerability and plunder what's left of its hollow mind for anything that could serve you.
Oh, God. What is this place? What do you do to all these people? I need to find Master Ketherick. Enter his thoughts.
Blind as well-worn boots, his mind turns to his work. Chop, cut, sort, shiver of impact, crack of bone. He removes the brains, digs free the squirming tadpoles, the unworthy ones given over to the Illithids to become.
Become what?
Part of one mind. 4 little feet dancing to same song.
With a lurch, you realize he means the intellect devourers. Here, the brains are harvested, made part of the hive mind.
What is this place?
Nursery. Here, they become.
What do you do to all these people?
Chop, chop. Help them become.
Why don't I send you to join all those creatures you butchered? Lol. It's to find your master, Ketheric.
Master. Down. Deep. 1 of 3. 1 of 3.
1 of 3 flaws or 1 of 3 bad guys?
Seems simple enough.
Dear Absolute. Teacher says to write, he says it like a prayer.
Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
A butchered mind.
Might be useful.
I doubt it. If not, it'd be a fun trophy. We're gonna get lost in this place. What was that guy's name? Jib or something. Sure. The undead ward.
The moment.
Apparently there's sewers.
Another fight. Let's go.
I'm wondering whether to put something in this area. We have a natural choke point here, and everything's going to come this way, I think. I assume they'll be moving shortly. Could throw grease, though. And then set fire to it when we're ready.
Let's go.
Got to focus.
My turn.
Why can't Karnak move? There we go.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Need to act fast.
Wait. He's going to attack us as well. Oh man, I wasn't going to kill him. Well, that's annoying.
Creator, destroyer.
45. Wait, they're attacking him. He's become hostile to us, but they're not. But now they're hostile temporarily.
No more.
That's really bizarre. The zombie apocalypse. Oh, hello. Hello, Death Shepherd. I didn't see you back there. Level 6 skeleton. Necrotic Veil. Man, he's got a lot of resistances going on. Wow, it's become quite the party.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Charisma is level 5. Yeah, I'm not worried about his charisma. I'm worried about all the resistance he has. Don't use fire yet.
Fuck yes.
Kevy's nearly dead. Swing and a miss. Right, are they going to come and attack us or not, I wonder? I think they are, because they're about to attack the Spirit Guardian. You mean the blur or the mage armor? He can put blur on himself, and he can put what's the other one? Mirror image. Critical miss. Noise.
Tracer shard.
Let's do the bubble too. That guy's moving up. Oh, they are nicely lined up there.
So much for peace.
The armor of Agathis is already on Gale. Trouble with this guy's got way too much stuff. Trying to think of the best option for this guy. The other thing is, I don't know if we kill him, will all these just go?
Is my happy place.
Still got two of them to worry about back here. I think we wait one more round before setting that on fire. Swing and a miss. Here he comes. Reach from beyond. I love that. They dashed through the grease and then fell over at the end of it. That's hilarious. Fantastic. Difficult to see how many there are here. He's got 74 hit points. That's it.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
To figure out what we're doing with these guys. They're coming down shortly. Way out of range for Eldritch. Can't hold him. Not used turn on anything yet. I don't want to turn it. I want to set all of that on fire in a minute. I think what we should do is put the stop us from being attacked at the back though. Burning blackness.
What fools these mortals be.
It takes half slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage, and resistance, and thunder, and necrotic, and fire, and lightning. Don't bother with poison. He's literally resistant to just about everything. This creature can't speak or cast spells that have a verbal component. While it has temporary hit points, it is resistant to all damage except radiant damage and cannot be turned. So the only thing that we can attack it with is radiant, and then once we remove the 20, we can bash it. So we need to get Shadowheart, do some radiant damage on it. That's what we need to do. battle. One hit point imp. He's a greater zombies as well.
Can't even catch my breath.
Imp's going down shortly. That's a radiance as well. Right, time to shine.
One can't always be a gentleman.
I don't want to use the lightning bolt yet. What we can do is stand here. Push them back into the Hadar. No rest for the wicked. Death is but a temporary inconvenience. Raise a fallen undead with half of its hit points. Okay. We're gonna have to go and deal with him because he's gonna keep spawning things. Which is less than ideal. Can you be on 2 hit points, you little scumbag? That took half of his magic damage. Another one of those and he'll suddenly lose those 20 hit points. And all those resistances will drop. He's doing it again. Oh, that thing will not die. That just died, but came back with 1 hit point effectively.
Can't even catch my breath.
I wish I had something I could cast Radiant on him. He's almost worn out.
Heating up.
There you go. Now all those resistances have dropped.
Stay focused.
Death is but a word away.
Don't really want to go over there, you know? He keeps trying to revive. Finally.
Another fight. Let's go.
Put him up.
He's on 3 hit points. Come on, Skelly, you can do it. A little Skelly. Ah, took him down. Oof, that was a long fight.
Soldier.
A toy block. That's a bit random.
Not design, but death.
These corpses are stacked.
ends well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have. Better than nothing.
Let's get on with it.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Nautiloid tank. Profane tomb.
Light on my feet.
We will
Stuffer.
take the city. Every soul made true.
I'd love to, thanks.
She probably doesn't like them. Ew.
On it.
Hurry now. The city calls out for salvation. The chosen are my heart, and you my many hands.
I'm not sure if we're supposed to do this, but it seems like the right thing to do. Valtiel, thank you for 92 months.
Of many hearts, one.
Exactly.
Looking ahead. Breathe deep and move.
What's cooking?
Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
What's this feeling? I'm so happy.
A resonance stone. This stone gives you and those around you steeped in bliss condition. Resonance stones brighten emotion for those who stand within their radius.
Discern, faithful. We depart.
Experimental notes written in Balthasar's precise hand. Balthasar. Was that Balthasar saying to make his dad proud? True mind.
The moment comes. The absolute knows.
5 kilograms. A willing mind and a true mind. Interesting.
Me? Open up.
design, but death.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Another step forward. Let's have a look.
Reconstituted marksman.
Baldur's Gate will know my design.
Wanna dance?
Our design.
As the console bursts into life, a mind touches your own. Alien and full of desperate need, but fragmented too. It is incomplete. It yearns to connect, but needs you to guide the process, linking each part of your mind to its like.
Why would we help this thing? What on earth? Flesh raw dull. Emotion, speech, reason, and memory. That's locked, apparently. I don't know if you can actually do anything.
The console glows as you approach. The mind still desperately
That's what the mind needs you to do.
It is incomplete. It yearns to connect, but needs you to guide the process, linking each part of your mind to its like.
Reason. Emotion. Oh god, is it basically a puzzle? Some kind of... It's like one of those Sherlock Holmes puzzles.
Here goes.
What? Oh, what are you doing?
Hey.
Console glows as you approach, the mind still desperately yearning for connection.
Okay, I think we'll come back to that.
We will take the city. Every soul.
What to do? At the
Yeah, that narrator's voice is really good. I've got a feeling this is where we're meant to be anyway. Oh, is that a tentacle thing? Turn the volume down. That noise is really loud and annoying. It's been 1,000 years, but some have reflexes to twitch, and they know that worm is about to burrow. I need a new one that Balthasar doesn't know. It's a creature of exceptional will, like my old dear pet. It can keep fragments of its own mind while affected by the parasite. Don't tell us where that pet then. Oh, who's that one?
Hurry now. The city calls out for salvation. The chosen are my...
So interestingly, they are not an enemy right now. What's this? Why are they down here? That's so weird. Like, I know how we got here. We got here by jumping down a turret from which a massive tentacle came out. Well, how did they?
Storm was attacked. The order to evacuate given. You should not be here.
Neither should you.
I conclude you are one of the attackers.
Now, here's the thing, love. I was in a different room, minding my own business, stealing your stuff, and you've teleported me here. Cressa Bone Daughter. Yov Hato, thank you for 76 months. Valtiel, thank you for 92. You should be careful throwing accusations as a true soul. Deception. This is a misunderstanding. I was sent to support you with the eradication of these traitors. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Man, that was close. Let's get lucky. It's better. We're not the droid you're looking for. Legit Rob, thank you for tier 2. 5 years. Happy anniversary, Rob.
I have no need for a throne. You would merely get in the way. Go on, make yourself useful somewhere. If you cannot manage that, just stay out of the way.
So we just got a load of XP. It's like we defeated or something.
Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
Mistress of Souls, Skull Lasher. Entity is vulnerable to psychic damage. That's interesting. Thing is, if we talk ourselves out of the fight and then kill them, do we get double XP?
The moment comes. The absolute moves.
Just kill them all.
Well, well, well. While I'm at it. Time for a soft touch.
Design. But death.
picked a fight. The consequences are hardly surprising.
Got a free hit on her. What's that weird bubble she's got? Oh, that Skelly got a crit on her. Nice.
Not even the world then wants your carcass
Uh-oh,
once
what's she
I'm
doing?
done with
Misty
you.
step. Where's she going then? Oh, I think you should stay here. And we've heard you like psionic damage. Ouch! You utter scumbag. You'll pay for that, love.
To learn the hard way.
What do you think about that? Hmm? Where's that other gun gone? There was another guy around here. There he is. Now hang on, that's not him. Harry Henry. Oh, we'll deal with this one first.
Covered.
Harry Henry's coming for us. I'm gonna rest soon anyway, dude.
To keep fighting.
Never a dull moment.
Yes, I'm just going to walk back outside and rest. That's what we usually do. Nope, he's coming as well. That's the guy. So they've all got Misty Step. Wait, how's she so... Did she get healed or something?
Let's go. In position.
With ease.
We need to bless.
Still breathing, despite everything. Light on my feet.
We don't really have much in the way of psychic attacks, do we? Which is annoying. Just ran right past that. I mustn't have opportunity to attack.
What's this?
The reach on that is actually absurd.
Knees high.
Certainly.
My faith will protect me. Got to move.
Well, so much for peace. Is that blood? No. Never mind.
Scroll of banishment. Not bad, not bad.
What's in here?
Did we get XP for killing it? Nope.
Baldur's Gate will know.
So you get XP for talking to them, but then if you kill them, you don't get like double XP.
As far can I go?
We will take the city. Every soul.
Harry Henry's journal. He's slicking as these fluid chambers. How long have we been here? Right, that's the whole thing though, isn't it? Wait a minute, what's this? Rescue Zariel's asset from Moonrise Towers. Wait, what does that go? You send items back to camp-like weapons. Can they be used as camp supplies for resting or as just storage for later? You can put them in. They go back in the big box.
Calls out for salvation. The chosen are
It
mine.
just means not carrying them around, basically.
And you, my many hands.
So you can grab them later and then sell them or whatever.
Brine pools, but empty of tadpoles. Unusual. Harvesting all the larvae indicates they are getting ready for something big.
Yes, infecting everybody in Baldur's Gate, probably. Answer tables increase in the host of sort of suspended ceramorphosis, a state in which the host becomes susceptible to telepathic influence and even coercion from the absolute elder brain. For our purposes, there are two key aspects to the influence. First, the conversion of the host into a mental lackey of the absolute occurs entirely without the host's awareness. Its severity feels comfortable and natural. Second, the servile state persists even when the host is far beyond the usual range of an elder brain's psionic control. This phenomenon is spectacularly useful given our ambitions.
Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
Look at this. It's like Aliens, this, isn't it? Mind Flayer pod.
That pot.
By Grazit's cock, it's about time you came.
Wait, who's she? Mizora, you are the devil you sent Will to rescue. Figures all that talk about Zariel's asset. I should have known you were lying. What have we here? Hold on, I need to relish the moment. I think I want to relish the moment.
Go on and gloat. Bow to your pretend crowd. All done? Good. Now, enough sniffing around and get me out of this thing.
And why would we do that then? Free will, or I'll let the cult infect you. I bet you'd make a loyal thrall. History, remember all you can about the devils and their contracts. Oh, we could try that, I suppose. I don't know anything. Can't remember a
You can
thing.
think of no way to void a devil's pact.
Say you know a pact-breaking charm and a chant series of pseudo-infernal phrases. I think intimidation's the way here.
Incredible. You actually think you hold the winning hand. Fine, I'll play your game. But I amend the pact. Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul bearers' fulfillment of related obligation.
You've heard of this provision, better known as the You First clause.
Now, open the pod.
Your eyes turn to the control panel next to the pod. It has two devices marked with elithid symbols. The controls are open to your tadpole's command. To your authority.
Strength. Gather your strength and smash your foot through the pod. Examine the device on the left, examine the device on the right. So one of them's going to probably free her, and the other one is probably going to put the tadpole in.
The button symbol means nothing to you.
Don't take long. They pop a tadpole in me and the hells will take Will for good.
Lovely day, this. For now.
Playtime's over. Get me out.
The controls are open to your tadpole's command. To your authority. The symbol's meaning comes into focus. Annihilate.
Well, now we know what it does when you click left. But now we don't know what right does. The one on the right is either going to put a tadpole in them or open the pod. So I think we activate right.
Good work. I'd give you a gold star, but I'm fresh out.
As for the pact, Clause Z, Section 13. If the Soulbinder consents to separation, she will release the Soul Bearer from all obligation within 6 months.
6 months? We could be long dead before that long's elapsed.
Ignorant thing. It's always the terms and conditions that get you.
So the hell's your conditions? Sever Will's pact now, or I'll sever your head. Yeah, right. A full half of a year, you've got to be kidding. That warlock of yours is turning out to be more trouble than he's worth. Free will.
Not going to happen, but I do like your spunk. Right. I'm out of here. I need a long bath. I'll leave you to your very serious business. But don't you fret. If you survive this place, I'll find you. The pup will be needing me. Count on it. Oh, and ask Will how we met. I've loosened his tongue. It's real cracker of a tale. Ta-ta.
I'm not sure if we should have freed her or not, if I'm perfectly honest. Fine.
Overly optimistic to hope there were never any tadpoles here? Thought as much.
And well, no tadpoles in this brine pool.
Brine pool with no tadpoles.
Overly optimistic to hope there were never any tadpoles here? Thought as much.
Strange looking tadpole. Might warrant a closer look. Very carefully. An empty brine pool. But then where are the tadpoles?
Wait, she just passed a successful thing and it said strange looking tadpole. Might want to look careful.
An empty brine pool.
And now she's saying
Where
it's
are the
empty? I don't get that.
tadpoles?
We missed some? Might want to look carefully.
Let's get going.
Can't do that, can we? Do that.
What a respite does wonders.
The absolute knows.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side. This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
Yikes. See, these are green. That one is red. Why is that one red? And that one's red as well. So what happens if we touch a green one?
The device releases a stream of fragmented memories and emotions. All that remains of the pod inhabitant's former self. Delirium, mania, laughter. His mind broke before the end, and he was laughing uncontrollably as the skin fell from his face. You remember the shattered windows of Alteral's High Cathedral, the burning black sky of Avernus beyond. In its horror, the blood war unites you. Tiefling, dwarf, and elf alike huddle behind the shields of your paladin order, waiting for salvation. The device does not react to your presence. The returned city casts your people out. Courage, conviction, defiance. Even as her organs began to dissolve, she believed she could resist. Your tadpole forms a telepathic connection with the device, and a chorus of static energy fills your mind. Every mind flayer in the room calls out hungrily from its pod, seeking release and sustenance. But there are others in the pods, those not yet infected, not yet elithid, terrified, desperate to escape.
I just looked, I didn't see anybody in there.
The device is open to your tadpole's command, to your authority.
Find Moll, find Zevlon. Interesting. Just found a few people. Right, so who's the big boy here? Mind Flayer. So, we've got 2 Mind Flayers, 3 Mind Flayers. Bunch of little dudes. This is going to get real messy. Oh god. That skelly's done for. Hey, look who it is. This is going to be tough.
Enough! My mind is...
Critical miss. Yeah, that's better. I'm worried about these guys though.
I'm not gonna like this, mate.
Whee! Boom! Get on your back. Adamantite shield coming in there nicely. They're coming from everywhere now. This is not good. They're coming from the next room. These guys can take out the little ones. Maybe it won't go so badly. If we do psychic damage, that would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, we're not going to keep everybody alive. Some are going to die for sure. Don't think we can hold personally. No. He's gonna start getting smacked by him shortly. Wow, that nearly killed her.
Not yet.
They do indeed hit like a truck. Where's that other one gone?
Where do I go from here?
Thing is, we haven't got control of the area because everybody's just in the room. So they're just going to stand there and just massively melee down people, which is not good. Okay, we've got some heal back off that. Do something useful, mate. Brilliant, well done. I need to get Gale out of there. He's going to go down in a minute. Oof. Why did he leave? He should have carried on. Yikes. They just down Shadow Heart. Not good. Not good. That didn't work. It was worth a try. Oh, nice. Nice crit. That took him down quite a bit. God, they are messing Karlak up. Karlak's down. This is not good. I think they've won. They're just too strong. They are way too strong. I mean, one mind flayer is bad, but this is ridiculous. Yeah, but we can't long rest, Coleman. We can't long rest. The problem with that fight is we can't control, like, they just come out the pods, and so you've got no area you can kind of lock down. You could perhaps position everybody in the corridor and then get one character to release the pods. Maybe that will work better. But I don't think everybody's getting out of this fight alive. It might be an idea just to take out these little...
If not over.
These little guys first, because they're just going to come through from the room anyway. So if we kill all these little ones, that'll be less in the fight. And then everybody can concentrate on the mind flayers.
Oh, I could go for a good meal. Got it. Excuse.
Leaving us be. I think we're one of them.
Come on, Karlak. Show them who you are.
Lance board is set. Outflank, outsmart.
The heck? Oh, that's the sphere. That's... Yeah, I don't want that. I wonder if whole monster would work on one of those mind flayers. I'm gonna save the mage's abilities.
Time to press ahead.
Bet the wisdom side. Could be.
Onward.
Dice roll in my favor. Still on my feet. Another step forward.
Got one's blessing. This imp is tanking everything, it's hilarious. Right, so this fight is not going to be easy at all, but not having those here is going to help a lot.
The absolute. A chance.
So I presume we're going to get one out of this side and two out of that side. Two on each side. Why is...
Lay down your weapons. Please.
What am I to do?
Yes? All right. What now?
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Children.
Where's the,
Look at me.
No time to dally.
Where's the ice elemental thing? Shocking grasp. What's that spell we've got that conjures the ice elementals? Can we plant what? Smoky barrels? We could. Conjure minor elemental. We could put smoky barrels down. What, and then shoot them? They have to be in the right place, that's the problem. No, it won't let us shoot the pods, which is really annoying. Level 4, it's on cooldown. That would have been very, very useful. Right, we've recovered a level 4 spell slot.
Lay down your weapons. Please.
Baldurs visit mud at a foe to restrain it. That thing flies around though, doesn't it? I'm not sure if the mud's going to work on it. He does have a flaming sphere, yeah, but they tend to teleport around, these guys.
Look away.
I've not tried the mud one, and I don't know if the mud will work against mind flayers. In theory, it stops them moving for 2 turns. It's worth a shot. It's got to be worth a shot, isn't it?
The absolute will save us.
Never a dull moment.
Right, should we go with that setup and see what happens?
The absolute.
Your tadpole, every mindful there are others. The device is open to your tadpole's command, to your authority.
Purge. So release, let everybody out, and we'll try and kill the bad guys. Purge, kill everybody, including the good guys. Leave them be, do nothing. Cool, so we've got no little guys to deal with. So first things first, just try and tank you. Sacrifice the imp. Good shot, well done. I've no idea, J10. Absolutely no idea. Can her bless. Try and... Let's get some tanks as best we can. Oh, nice. Prone, that's good. Nice, nice, nice. Right, here's the mud guy. Death burst, that kills him. Mud breath. Belch viscid mud at a foe to restrain it. Mud fling. Alright. Let's go for this mud thing and see what happens. Mud breath saved. Meh.
My mind is my own.
Oh, forgot about that one. Whoa, you crit monster, you. Holy smoke, that guy. He almost killed him in one attack. Now, I think we can get him killed. If possible, that's what we should do. Ismaila, thank you for subbing with Prime, welcome. 15 hit points. Level 4 spell to do that. Is it worth it? I don't know. The Eldritch Blast him, it's only a D10, that's not going to kill him. But it might. Let's do it. Okay, that's one down. He's back. There they go. There they go. This is where they start doing damage. Oh, he stunned the mud thing. How rude of him.
Dr. Queen 6.
He's on full. He's nearly dead. This guy's nearly dead, so we've almost got 2 down. So I think maximum output damage is the key. did you actually survive that? Oh man, that was a blast. That was a huge blast. Okay, let's get rid of him. Oh my god, imp.
Ready for another round? Heading out.
Just try and mud blast him again. Give him some mud breath. As if you actually hit that on him. You stupid game. Honestly, that is the most annoying thing. Honestly, that is ridiculous. I can't believe they left that in the game. The hitboxes are so bad. What are you on? 29 hit points. I hesitate to use more mage spells. But if he gets another go, he could kill somebody. No, you didn't.
Too much to bear.
He just hits so hard. Oof.
I didn't think I was going to make it. Thank you. I owe you an explanation. Much more than that. But first, please, the others, the ambush. Tell me they survived?
You abandoned them. Do you really think you have the right to ask? Some others end up on a cell in Moonrise. That's on you. They found refuge, but what the hell's happened to out there, Zevlor? I can't tell you. Well, number 2's the truth.
Somehow I suspect it's worse even than you imagine. Likely you heard that I broke, or froze, or some other lie kinder than the truth. We were ambushed by cultists, yes. And then I heard her, their false god, whispering promises in my mind. I would be a paladin again, with a god's purpose, a god's power. Everything I needed to protect my people. And all the while, the cult tortured them. They fought and ran and died around me, while I imagined myself their savior. By the time I regained my senses, it was too late. I did not just surrender to the Absolute. For a moment, I welcomed it.
If you wanted power, you never needed a god, only live up to your ideal. For a moment, until you realized your reward would be a tadpole. Sounds like you were being enthralled. It's not your fault. I think he was being enthralled.
It would be nice to think so, but whatever these monsters twist us into, I believe it begins in us. I won't make excuses. I can't make amends, but I know something of what you came to do. I want to help, if you'll let me. Ketherick is below. He thinks you're no longer a menace. Descend and show him how wrong he is.
Dude, I need a long rest.
If there are any more survivors to be found, I'll find them and lead them out of this place.
We're no good to anybody without a long rest. Could use another blade in the fight to come. Find your own people. I don't care what you do, just get out of my sight. Fine, good luck. Could you use another blade, actually?
Only if you can trust it won't be buried in your back. The Absolute swayed me once before. I won't risk it happening again.
That
Go,
is true.
my friend. Please, let me do this much.
Find Zevlor complete. It's unlikely the tieflings will welcome him back. He'll have to forge his own path now. Find Moll. There was no sound of Moll in the trampling center in the Mind Flayer colony. She must have found a way back out of this place. Right, what have the Mind Flayers got loot-wise, I wonder?
Yoink!
Not design, but death.
Can't give up now. What's up for discussion?
Oh, stench. I'm beginning to think I should have stayed in that pod. In there it only smelled like me. Is there any news about Duke Ravengard? Did he get out alive? No. Tell by your expression. Gonna have to fall on my sword, aren't I?
Okay.
Should mind my step.
So right now, we are completely battered and bruised. And we're out of short rest and we're out of long rest. How are you supposed to get out of this place?
There's no time to waste.
Baldur's Gate will know my design. Our design.
Is there anyone in the other tank next to the one you found the devil? Well, these, you can't interact with these tanks, bizarrely enough. They're all empty now. Unless you mean this. Well, they're all open. There's a restorer near the entrance. Where did we come in? That was the entrance, wasn't it? So, up here, I guess.
No one stopped me yet. Don't waste a step.
Descend. Obey. Liberate.
So you can't actually get out. So where's this restorer then?
Descend.
If there is, I can't find it. I don't see anything that we can interact with. What's that?
Descend. Obey.
You see, it's there somewhere. Do I? The only thing I see is that. Light blue tentacles hanging down. There's a bit of blue there.
Descend, assemble. Liberate!
What's this?
Seems I can understand the Lithid script. Thank you, Tadpole.
I don't know. I mean, I've no idea. Big tentacles in there, I know that much. But there's no restorer near the entrance that I can see.
Prepare. Liberate, evacuate.
One on the big tentacle. If I don't get a restore of some kind, we're not going to be fighting anything. I need a spell restore as well, never mind a health restore.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
With haste.
Is that it, though? Restoration?
A whole fleet of nautiloids. How many true souls have passed through this place? I'll give it a shot.
So that heals us, but
a long way from Waterdeep.
Did we get our spells back?
Always sharp.
One with the weave.
Solid victory.
Interesting.
There is work to do.
At least things have stayed interesting.
So if I click that now, what happens?
On my way.
My faith protects me.
Descend. Prepare.
Still alive. So that's progress. Can't slow down.
So now we have a apparatus here and an apparatus on that platform.
Platform's already here.
We've also got that weird puzzle back there. Oh my god. Oh, don't tell me you...
Is anyone else's tadpole squirming around a lot more than usual?
It left the skeleton behind, didn't it?
It's almost like it's excited by something, drawn to it.
What can you do? AI power finger. Hey, there's one. Got to wait for them to turn up now. They should be making their way here momentarily, I hope. If they can work out how to get here.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Yeah, they are too far away. I'm gonna go and get them.
Evacuate.
Nope, not in that one.
Descend. Obey.
Fucking heck, how close do you want me to be? Why are they just not following us? Oh my god. Did I really bring the wrong character? No, I'm Chav. Yeah, I brought the wrong character.
Shall be done.
There we go.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
We're going in like a massive party. Down into tentacle land.
Descend. Prepare. Liberate.
There's always one. Oh no, he's not meant to come anyway. Wait, why is he following us? Is that everybody? Is that the whole bus? The NPCs said they would help. Well, they didn't get on the bus, did they? Right, if you're gonna get on, get on. Don't stand there. Alright, now we're going. Before you get back off again. How many times have I been up and down this platform? Oh wait, no, I forgot something.
No longer a background murmur. The presence in your mind builds to a roar.
We've found it. The Absolute is behind this door.
Enter? The Absolute is actually a 5-year-old on a ChatGPT computer going, hey.
You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to, Gortash.
Motherfucker! Gortash!
Oh, the general voice. Is this where we salute?
Salute, yes. With cleavers through his blood-starved flesh. How it crawls with failure. Like flies on lick-wet carrion.
You what?
You forget yourself, Orin. I have played my part.
You've built an army for our masters, true enough. But what of the astral prison? A rogue true soul flaunting it under your nose all this time, and you ran from him.
Sure that they would follow and deliver it into my hands here. If you would cease these distractions.
The distractions have been yours, Ketherick. Perhaps we never should have dug your daughter up.
Ooh.
So you haven't lost your edge. But you're still not as sharp as Orin, I wager. The Slayer against the Undying One. That'd be fun to see.
His crypt breath sings to my sinews. Again. But he must lead the murder march to Baldur's grave.
If the weapon is truly in your grasp, Ketherick, might I suggest closing your fist? Orin and I can wait for you no longer. The plan proceeds. We're going to the city, and we expect you to follow. Army and the weapon in tow.
The Edict of Bane.
The Lash of Thor!
We're just going to leave so that you can have a fight with the PCs. Here it is, ChatGPT 5.
The Testament of Merkel!
An elder brain. One of the cruelest and most powerful creatures in existence. Enslaved by mere mortals.
Look at that crown. It radiates with power unlike anything I've ever seen.
He's getting excited.
To hold. Oh, if only I could. But I can't. This is it. I must do as Mystra commands.
Gale, you can't do this. You can't condemn us to death. Go ahead. We stand no chance against such forces. Let's end this together. What, so he goes in there and just nukes the whole thing and we all die? Not gonna lie, I'm kind of curious as to what happens. Tactical nuke, I'd love to see what happens. But then you'll probably lose Gale, and I don't really... If you carry on, I don't really want to lose Gale anyway. Time to go. I want to see what happens. Go ahead.
One last gust of weave.
Go on.
One last gale to end them all.
No!
Here he goes. He's going nuke. Full He-Man. I have the power. Whoa.
Beneath the smoking ashes of Moonrise Towers, The elder brain lies destroyed. But what of the tadpoles it commanded? Freed of the Absolute's control, they will complete their transformations. A plague of illithids will soon descend on the Sword Coast, enslaving all they do not infect. It is an ending of sorts, though not the one destiny had in store for you.
That literally ended the game. As if that actually ends the game. End the game in Act 2, yeah? Wow. Just send Galen to go full nuke and that's it. Game over, man. You win. I can't believe they put that in the game. That's brilliant.
But I can't. This is it. I must do as Mystra commands.
Well, at least I could say I finished Baldur's Gate. I did. I'm just carrying on. No, you can't do this because we know what will happen if you do.
What choice do I have? More than just a goddess counseled my courage. Whole worlds hang in the balance.
You're right, we truly have no other choice. That is it, the end of ends. No. Stand down, this isn't your decision. Trust me, Gale, we'll find another way.
I do trust you. More than myself right now. Perhaps even more than Mystra.
I have no desire to end your life, you know that. To end it? To struggle on. It is a grave choice you're making for us both. But if it must be so... very well. I'll stand down to stand by you.
Great speech, Gale.
There we are.
Big brain
It won't
move.
do to fight in front of our guests. Behold, Duke Ravengard, the Absolute.
Whom preserve us?
You wag your word flap in vain, olderling. Once the worm holds the whip, your shredded flesh will serve us.
Now, it's really time we were going. We will empty this place and begin the march. You may catch up with the army once you've retrieved the weapon. And Ketheric, do try not to sulk. You're supposed to be the fearsome general come to conquer the city. And I am the hero who will save it.
It is time, faithful ones. March on Baldur's Gate. We go to prepare the way.
Acolyte's a piece of 3. Shadowheart is inspired. Oh, Ketheric's still on 87 hit points. That's interesting. One Mind Flayer. Somebody in chains again. Another Mind... Oh my god. Oh, they're not Mind Flayers. Whew. I was getting very worried then. I mean, we could try sneak attack, but given that we've got a bunch of... Has he not seen us yet? Yes, he won't see us till we get there. I'm kind of thinking... I'm wondering if we can get all the winged guys over here on him. Perhaps fly them over there. Let's see. Can they make it without anybody noticing? That's the question. The answer to that is no. Because apparently those little things sold out.
Ketherick while the night song's bound to him. She must be freed.
No worries, pups. It's been fine. But thank you. Dame Aelin. Not too worried about them.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. Can't slow down.
I'm wondering if we can even get up onto that platform. Have to go that way. Misty Step free the Night Song. I don't know if we can free her. Like, the last time she was tied up like this, we couldn't actually free her till the end. So I don't know if we can. Like on the last time she was bound on the platform, we had to kill everybody and then we could free her. It said you need to use help on her to free her. What did it say then? Point is attacking Ketherick while the Night Song's bound to him. She must be free. Ah, okay. Fair enough. In that case, yeah, okay. That changes things. We can't Misty Step that far. He's probably going to attack anyway, isn't he? I think we'll just basically run... We'll run Karlach down there because she's pretty good at that.
turn.
We, she might be able to dash around this lot.
Moving.
How's that?
Let's finish this.
Hopefully you don't hit the wrong pixels. Man, they've got a range. Look at that. My God, that range. Wait, what did he just do? Skeletal what? Deadly orders? He just summoned whatever that is. Fire, cold, psychic, hates radiance, hates bludgeoning. That's cleric territory, that is. Okay.
Step to it.
Oh, I need something with knockback right now. Anything I could throw over there that would just blast them away would be brilliant. All of these things. Imp's nearly dead, so we're going to have to deal with this in a second. Wait, where'd you come from? I did not see that. I did not see that. No idea where that came from.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Yeah, I didn't look, Captain, because I didn't think it. I didn't look because I didn't actually think there was anything there at all. So my eye didn't see it. So right now he's invulnerable, I take it. Yep, invulnerable. Bit of a fallen paladin, this guy.
Alright, Karlak. It's go time.
I think she's now free. Incubating. Don't like the sound of that. Dominate. What does that do? Affected entity will follow and fight alongside the caster of this spell. Every time it takes damage, it may break the caster's control with a wisdom saving throw. So basically, we better hit this thing quickly and hard, otherwise she's going to start smashing us. Dominate is not good. Correct. Correctamundo. Best thing we can do is perhaps get to here. See if we can multiple attacks on him. No longer dominated. I figured at least one of them would break concentration, and that's what it's done. Hey, we covered a mind flayer in mud. Difficult terrain. Muddy. Brilliant. I've never covered a mind flayer in mud in my entire life of D&D. I love that. Oh. I want to see, is he no longer... He is no longer invulnerable. Once we've dealt with this guy... Get over there. Get critted. He's a paladin, isn't he? You're not going to hold him. I thought he might be resistant to divine stuff, but he's not. Like, if you could charm him, that would be ridiculous. Polymorph. Invalid target. You can't polymorph him. Funnily enough. Just wondering if there's a smart play here or not. Don't really want to send her in because he probably hits like a truck. He's going to come over, isn't he? So... Get some necrotic going. Just stand there. Just in reach.
Blood comes easy these days.
He saved against that, little scumbag. I can't shove him because he's restrained. The irony. I don't know how Karlach missed a restrained, mudded mind flare. That's an impressive thing. Here he goes. Woo! Blinding smite. Now that's a huge attack. Ketheric Thorn needs a 15, the roll a 27. Let's get lucky and see. They rolled an 18. They roll a 13. Chap needs an 18, roll a 13. That broke concentration. Come on, get up there. Really annoy the guy. Right, Mud Breath. Let's go. Oh, he saved versus Mud Breath. I'm so disappointed. The heck was that? I didn't even see what happened. Really want him coming towards me, the main. We'll go there. Don't really want to knock him away. What's he on? 57. I doubt we'll slow him. 15% chance. That is so bad. Okay. I'm trying to levitate, but Karlach opportunity attacked her. Love the camera though. We'll try again. Meter blast radius. 1% chance of hitting. Oh well. Just go for the bite. Whoa! What just happened? Skeleton had a 10% chance of killing it.
What a fool you are.
And he just killed Ketheric Thorn?
I am eternal.
He's killed by a skeleton.
Merkel, Lord of Bones, I am here. I am ready. I am yours. You dare end one who belongs to me. I am the smile of the world cleansed skull. I am the regrets of those who remain, and the restlessness of those who are gone. I am the haunt of Mausoleums, the god of graves and age, of dust and dust. I am Merkel, Lord of Bone.
Chancellor of Germany. Oh, wait.
Have slain my chosen, but it is no matter, for I am death, and I am not the end.
Aliens much?
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one word for it. 225 hit point Visage of the Dead God. Can we just nip back and get a quick restoration, please? I was not banking on this, and why is she on the floor? She needs to get up quickly. Armor class 19, Radiant Orb, 7 turns remaining. Affected entity has -1 attack rolls per remaining turn. It also sheds bright light into the area surrounding it. Apostle exudes the god of death's unholy will and bone chills all nearby creatures. Cannot regenerate hit points. Oh my god. Okay, so necrotic, cold, and poison. No pointless doing. The Apostle can use a reaction to consume and sacrificial necromite and gain Reaper's reward. Oh god, that doesn't sound good at all. Yikes, I don't like the look of that. Point at a foe and cause like 86 damage. I love how the game dupes you into using all your big stuff. It's like, yeah, you've got to kill this really hard guy, and you're like, use all my luck, use all my big spells, use all my stuff. Oh, you thought he was the bad guy? No. Angela Merkel, this is the bad guy. Like, cool. Thanks, game. Defense +1, extra attack. This isn't great, is it? I don't think this fight's going to go too well, but I think we can mud breath it and freeze it where it sits. That's my plan. Don't have a better one right now.
Can't afford to let up.
Dear me. I guess the best we can do is bless people. I'll bless me. I'll bless him. And I can't bless you because you're still over there. So I'll bless you.
choice but to keep going.
So, Chav is apparently nearly dead. And is unable to heal himself. So things are not going to go well for Chav. That's going to blow everybody else up. Target is too far away. What? 18 meters? Wait, how do you even target this thing? How can that be too far away? 18-meter range. I don't get it. Well, that tracker. It says it's too far away. Now I can... Apparently I can hit it with my arrow, but I can't hit it with Scorching Ray. I don't understand.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
I've silenced it. If that is any use, I don't know. But we silenced it.
This is gonna feel good.
Well, you say that, Carla, but you've got to get over that first.
Cry about it.
You rolled a 1. She rolled a 1. Intimidated much? Oh god, there's still one left. Apparently she's not getting up anytime soon. Can't be healed, bone chilled. Can we not even just assist her?
At once.
Yeah, we kind of need you in the fight, love. If you don't mind.
Now you wear a face to match your soul.
Thank you. Love that. Well done. Yeah, she did a lot of damage then. That was definitely worth it. Basically, kill it before it kills all of us. It's just like a race now. Let's get that up here. The more damage output, the better. If we do a vampiric touch, I take it we can't regain hit points because of the bone chill. So it's not worth it, is it? I doubt we could slow it. We'll try. Did it save? It slowed for 10 turns. Nice. That stops the extra attack. Might as well have a little cheeky flourish. No, let's not bother.
Fuck yes.
Right, Karlek, are we doing this finally?
One life to my life. Sustain me, flame.
Ouch. Not gonna lie, it's like a truck.
With haste.
49 hit points. Time to lightning bolt. Down to 20. Come on, you can finish it. This thing's dashing over like, hey guys, I'm still here. % chance. Recursive.
Feel my mistress' wrath.
I won't give in.
Done.
No free lunches. Defeat the apostle before it consumes something. It didn't consume anybody. If somebody had gone down, it would have picked them up again and used the that special attack.
Impossible. Death cannot take me. I am its master. My lord, hear me.
Can we please kick him over the side?
Nothing. I am forsaken. You have no idea what you've done.
Don't the bad guys always say that?
Isabel.
You've no idea what you've done. You, sir, are dead.
Together, we have crushed him, brain and body.
Oh god.
No. No. We pick our way toward our fates. Unleashed.
You have my sword. My fealty. Do what you must. Then we fly this foul place.
Well,
The chosen of Merkel is dead. Permanently, this time.
Netherstone. It's in his armor. Take it.
No time to rest.
The Netherstone is in his armor. I think she did more than double tap.
In death, the body is cooling, but energy radiates from the stone.
Remarkable. Truly. And now the picture comes together. The Absolute is neither god nor man. It is the Elder Brain you saw, held here by those three against its will. The crown it wears controls it, and these stones control the crown. It has been dominated. To master an Elder Brain, to subdue it. Our enemies are formidable.
I came here looking for a cure, still haven't found one. Ketheric transformed during the fight. What was that? What are these stones?
The crown's markings suggest it was forged in Netheril, an ancient empire whose mastery over magic rivaled that of the gods. It is a crown of domination. The stones were taken from its crest. They are nether stones, imbued with the ability to control the wearer of the crown. The crown's Netherese magic must be the true source of the parasite's abilities. This must be what elevates their potential. And it must be the reason nobody could heal you. If the crown can do this to the parasite, I dare not imagine what it is doing to the brain.
Netherese? These Chosen are powerful indeed to have such magic in their command.
Ketheric transformed during the fight. What was that?
I believe you fought and defeated an avatar of Merkel, the god of necromancy. A remarkable feat. Ketheric was Merkel's chosen. I know Lord Enver Gortash, an arms dealer and a slaver. He is a worshipper of Bane, the god of tyranny. The other is a mystery to me, but the way she spoke, it is most likely she follows Baal, god of murder. Which means the Absolute is a front for the gods of death, and our enemies are chosen of the dead three.
Chosen of the dead three?
Bane, Baal, and Merkel. The tyrant, the assassin, and the necromancer. They are known to pick from their most devout followers a chosen, granting them incredible powers. Each one alone would be a formidable enemy. But working together and controlling an Elder Brain, I dare not imagine what they might achieve.
I didn't come here to fight gods. I want my parasite removed. Oh dear. What hope do we have if the gods themselves are involved?
Hope is a luxury for those who have a choice. This is the battle of our lives, and the lives of everyone in Faerun. The army of the Absolute is marching on Baldur's Gate. Within the city, an Elder Brain, brimming with power, ready to turn everyone within its reach into mind flayers. All it needs is an order. An order the Death God's chosen are on the cusp of giving. We must wrest control of the brain from the chosen before that happens. We must take their stones. Our chances of success are slim, but we must not fail. If we fail, everything ends. I will be your shield, but you must be the sword. And when the chance comes to strike, you must take it, for there may only be one chance.
Yikes. Ketheric shield. Let's see if Shadowheart can use that. Heavy armor. Oh my god. Look at that. When activated, you can't be moved against your will. And it has Howl of the Dead on it. Man. It's what you wish you was a paladin. You'd stick that on. Let's give it to Shadowheart so you can have a look at it. Papa, I love you. Love from Iz. So there's silver down here. Invitation to Lord Gortash.
A long way to go still.
6,400 gold. Yeah, but we won't get that off a dealer probably. Not proficient with martial weapons or warhammers. Isn't that annoying? So that has shield bash as well. Advantage on dex saving throws. The one I have means you can't be critted, which is just the most powerful thing ever. We'll send that back to camp.
Come on, let's go. Marching.
Gortash was voiced by Jason Isaacs. Nice.
Easy as.
What is all this on the table? Invasion plans. Hastily written trouble is admittedly well-intentioned. Its author is clearly fizzing with the fear of the absolute. Problem is that they conflate the rise of the cult with other things like the heat death of the universe. This person needs a glass of water and a lie down. Oh my god. Amulet of the Absolute, what's that? That was a big old fight, that.
Yo!
Intellect Devour Cerebellum. Right, are we done here? I think we might be done here.
Can't give up now. One day I'll catch a break.
Although, there is that weird puzzle that we never did. If anybody knows how to do it, I don't know. When we came in back up here, there was a weird... Actually, I don't think we can leave. I think maybe you had to do the puzzle before you leave. Oh, no, you can actually.
Better not be cursed.
The door pulses in recognition. The presence is weak now. A hollow vessel without a heart. It doesn't resist.
Don't be too sure, Armin. We'll see. I think it was down through here, wasn't it? How many times have been up and down that platform? Well, we still got to go back down it yet, so we'll see. Was it in here? Is this there? No, it wasn't in here. Marked on the map. Did I mark on the map? Weird puzzle. I'm literally at the wrong end. Did I loot these? Get all the brains.
Feel it in my throat. I'll never be rid of it. There'll be hells to pay for this. If I make it out of here alive.
Well, if you want to come with us, you can get out of here alive. We just kill the bad guy. See club with them. Right, who's good at puzzles? Okay.
The console glows as you approach, the mind still desperately yearning for connection.
Wipe it clean and start over.
The console glows as you... It is incomplete. It yearns to connect, but needs you to guide the process, linking each part of your mind to its like.
So basically, you have to link that to that. The brain can only come in over the top though. Which is that reason? Reason's there. So reason, yeah, you basically have to make the 4 connections. But there's only so many patterns you can make. So like this one here has to come either that way or that way. So let's assume that one goes to here. The question is, how does it get there? So let's say it goes... That's quite a big node, that. Oh, I've done the wrong one. I've done the wrong one. No, not that one. I don't want to do that one. Go that way. No, it's messed up.
The mind passively awaits your input. The mind passively awaits your input.
Reason. Why doesn't it link that? So that's like reason connected, isn't it? So this one has to go that way. Can't go any other way. So it has to go through there to get to emotion, which is over here. And then this one is memory. Memory's over here. So memory has to go that way. Don't think it's going to work because it's going to block. Oh no, it could be. Speech. How's speech going to get there? Speech is going to have to go that way. To there. Means we can go this way to memory.
Welcome back, Master.
And finally, you can do speech.
Time to see what's back there.
There we go.
Anything of use?
A waking mind. Blade of oppressed souls. Longsword. It's not that great, if I'm honest.
Your tadpole echoes, not with presence, but memory, tinged with loss. That loss blooms into a sudden fury, burying claws in your mind. And just as suddenly, pain and memory are gone, leaving only stone once more.
The grand design. The restoration of the Mind Flayer Empire. The dream of all Illithids.
There's a Lithid right there, isn't there?
How did the Illithid Empire fall?
I don't know. I'm just glad it fell.
Right. Now I feel like we can get out of here. Although I do wonder if there's something through here.
traps, please. So much blood.
Elixir of
The
psychic
Illithids
resistance.
take what's
unlocked.
useful and discard the rest. An offering from Moonrise Towers.
See, there's definitely something going on here. Well, that says chasm, which means you can't go through it. There's a corpse there. Oh, so every time you press that, you get a new corpse. Well, it's basically a body dispenser so they can extract some people. But I'm just worried about missing something, but I can't see how we can get through. There's clearly more to this. This is all hard rock, and that's the only thing linking it through, which I think is that tube. There. Well, I just looked at the drop, and the only thing is that corpse. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Back on the platform for one more ride. Yeah, maybe. We may end up back down here. The thing is, there's no... Because it's a red zone, there's no teleportation here. I'm not so sure. Well, I've got all four. I've not got any pets going at the moment. Meanwhile, back on the surface.
You saw Gortash, didn't you? What the fuck was he doing down there? Is all of this because of him? The tadpole, the absolute. How?
Why is she shouting at us? He seems a servant of Bane as Ketheric served Merkel. He knows what powers he's gained since we knew him.
I'd never have protected a Baneite even a decade ago. I looked after that fucker with my life. I trusted him. He gave me away to Zariel without a second thought. And now he's looking to ruin the entire Sword Coast. He has to die.
And I'm gonna be the one who kills him!
Oh, she's mad. Careful, Karlach, you're burning up.
You bet your ass I am! And I won't stop till that fucker is dead!
Now, why is Withers here?
Rest.
That is interesting. Why is Withers here?
New perils await beyond the horizon.
Thanks for watching out for me.
Is this our new
Could've
base?
tossed me back in the shadows.
You're one of us. No fist left.
I can't help but feel like I've been fumbling in the dark for too long, and I've just had a lit torch thrust into my hands.
Well, it's the Shadow Curse Woods yet, Gale.
Apologies. Got rather lost in the metaphor there. Allow me to provide a map. I speak of what we discovered at the heart of this cursed place. The crown! The one the Elder Brain was wearing. Netherese magic. So pure, so complete, I didn't even recognize it at first. Most Netherese artifacts contain only the faintest amount of their former power. The ghost of an echo of a memory. That crown was different. I can't fathom how such a wonder survived. Surely everything of its ilk was destroyed along with Netheril itself, but no matter. It exists. I must learn more of it.
He's so attracted to the power of that crown. He's like, I want it. Back up a little. Why is this crown so important all of a sudden?
That crown sits on a gargantuan elder brain bent on destroying us and everything we hold dear. Understanding its true nature might unlock the means of our victory. We need to learn more about what we saw. An artifact as powerful as that crown must have been documented somewhere. As luck would have it, we'll soon find ourselves near one of the finest book collections this side of Candlekeep. Sorcerer's Sundries. I need to go there and learn all I can.
Sorcerer's Sundries. Why would a Baldurian magic shop be the first place we look? So you just want to go shopping? Let's just get to Baldur's Gate first of all. Sounds like an excellent idea. No, Gale.
Ha! Sorcerer's Sundries is no mere trading post. It's been serving the arcane community for centuries. Their collection of rare tomes is unparalleled. Netherese texts are hardly commonplace, but I'm certain they'll have one or two stashed away. You'll have to forgive my eagerness, but if my suspicions prove to hold water, this could be the answer to all our problems.
Beyond
to
the
chat with
horizon,
Withers.
speak up. The shadows yet fester. The dead three united under cover of darkness. The balance shifts. There are depths to this alliance yet unplumbed. Consider, mortal. Do illithids possess souls?
Forget that. What are you doing here with us? I literally asked that when we got here. These abominations are soulless, surely. I have to admit, I haven't thought about that. What are you doing here?
Where matters of balance are concerned, I am eternally cold.
Yeah.
I shall ask yet again. Do illithids possess souls?
I'm gonna say soulless.
Correct. Yet, the three amass an illithid army void of apostolic souls that could imbue them with power. A flock without souls, yet to what end, mortal? This is the question thou must come to answer. Until such time, be availed of my services.
You seem to know a lot about the Dead Three.
Yes, Bane, Lord of Darkness, Baal, Lord of Murder, Merkel, Lord of Bones. Once judged, ascended, then vanquished, as one, and as three. The alliance is reforged, mortal. The plains thus quake, and the gods shudder. No.
I love the way he says no. He doesn't just say no. No. Hang on, where's your hero?
Our enemies spread like rub rot.
There's must
Treat
rings
one
of
patch,
vodka.
and two more bloom in its place. An elder brain, bound by lost Netherese magic, with servants of the Dead Three holding the chain. Reminds me of old times.
I mean, you could have always said, wow, that was amazing, you did really well, you killed a god. I mean, you know. You almost seem like you're enjoying yourself. You tangled with the Dead Three before. Spent a lot of time with Mind Flayer colonies.
More than anyone should. But I never dreamed I'd see the Dead Three working in consort with Illithids. It is most disturbing. But take courage. We have killed a man who could not die, and stripped the Absolute's army of its general. You have a nether stone, and you're on the scent of two more. These Chosen have reason to fear you, and I would like to be at your side when you confront them.
You said that last time and you wasn't. You want to join me?
Of course. Falling foul of Ketheric convinced me that my grand adventures were behind me. That even if I survived, I should hang up my blades. But you convinced me otherwise.
Did we?
We ventured into darkness together. Now we've come out the other side. I'd say I'm feeling a little refreshed. When we reach Baldur's Gate, there will be even darker paths to tread. I will follow you wherever they lead.
I'll see you at camp.
How does it compare to a shadow-cursed inn? With the Absolute's army gone, the Risen Road should be clear. We can follow it all the way to Baldur's Gate. There's a Harper's safe house in Worm's Crossing. Denthulan's Dancing Axe. We do well to check in with them before entering the city proper. Beyond that, our course is yours to set. I can recall how to take orders, as well as give them.
God says to Calyx's former boss, someone she trusted, he betrayed her, consigning to a life in the hell. She wants her revenge. Yep, fair enough. See Raven Guard's captors to Baldur's Gate. Grand Duke Ravengard was infected with an illicit tadpole. We saw that happen, didn't we? He's being transported to Baldur's Gate along with an enormous elder brain. Did you hear? Join our party. We should head to Baldur's Gate to meet her contacts in the city. Gale was convinced he shouldn't detonate the orb. In fact, he seemed more interested in the crown the brain was wearing. Defeat Ketheric. Done. We defeated Ketheric Thorn, just as Shadowheart was commanded to do by her goddess. Now she must continue to purge the Church of Shar of those deemed to be disloyal or failures. Shadowheart's old cloister in Baldur's Gate is to be her next target. Find Maul. We defeated Ketherick and watched a fleet of Nautiloids lead for Baldur's Gate. If Maul doesn't turn up in Moonrise Tower, she may have escaped on one of them and made it to the city. Crunchy Raven Guard is infected with an illithid tadpole and take it to Baldur's Gate. Head west on the road to Baldur's Gate. Orin the Lash of Baal is hiding somewhere in Baldur's Gate with a netherstone. We must find her and take it. Oh, there's Isabel.
The stonework is sublime.
Aelin! Isabel! My love. You were dead. I saw your body. I'm here. And so are you. And my father, he can't hurt us any longer. I dreamt every night that you'd come back to me. That somehow it was all a nightmare Dawn would undo. I had no dreams at all. Nothing but darkness. And when I woke, my father said you were dead. His soul was poisoned by the god of death. His sick devotion ruined him. But for all his sins, he brought you back to me. Are you all right? I will be. And you? In this moment, I want for nothing. There you are. This is Aelin.
Yeah, we've met.
Aelin, this is... Oh, but we have met. This is the soldier that freed me most valiantly from the Shadowfell. They watched my boot crush the very brain of villainy, and fought well against your changed father. May he rest in peace at last, now that he's dead. I have more to thank you for than I knew. And we have much to discuss. Perhaps we could join you in your camp later?
Is she ever going to wash her face? Did I hear you correctly? You're Ketherick Thorm's daughter.
I am. And I'm glad he's dead. But this is precisely what I want to speak to you about later. It'll keep. I promise.
Fine, see you at camp.
Very good. We look forward to it. Now, you will leave us. We must take succor in one another's bodies and words. Aelin! We'll see you later.
Have a wash, girl. Get all that blood off your face.
I'll sort you out for dinner. How does the stone meet?
The way is clear. The light has shown the way.
Well, I guess that means we're ready to go to Baldur's Gate.
Then again, these towers are much like the Absolute. All flash, no substance.
Just tell me what you need.
I want you to buy my junk, love. Wow, she got 5,000 gold from this girl? Are you serious?
Lady
I need to get all my junk out of the base and sell it to her. She's got 5 grand.
To the left. I had to look after him.
Thanks, Nicholas.
Without him, I wouldn't have lasted long.
Halcyon? I thought Halcyon was at our camp.
You prevailed, my friend.
Now your path takes you to Baldur's Gate.
Ah.
But I cannot join you. Out there, the curse still thrives. I failed this place. Now I must remain behind and stand watch over it.
I never used him at all. You have to come, I need you. Do as you wish. The shadow curse is always your burden, not mine. Perhaps we could still do something to lift the curse. I'm sorry things didn't turn out differently.
The same. I had hoped I might have been able to stay by your side. To help however I could. But the Oak Father has spoken. My place is here.
It's fine on a meet you. We'll get rid of all the junk.
Thanks for watching out for me. You lot could have tossed me back in the shadows.
You're one of us. No fist left behind.
I'm glad that's still the case.
Right, we are done here. It is 10:15. Little bit of overtime.
Like your mind.
80 hours of Baldur's Gate streams. I still have no idea what's going on. Well, basically, we vanquished one of the bad guys. There's 3 of them. One of them's dead.
Game over, man. It's game over.
One of them is now dead. We have 2 more to kill. We need to go to Baldur's Gate next, which is literally down that road there, to continue our travels. I shall be back next weekend. However, I won't be streaming Saturday, I think. I'll be streaming Friday instead. Next week. I'll have to see. My schedule's a bit weird because I need to be out Saturday.
Like in there?
So I'll update the schedule whenever I think. So yeah. And also Starfield is out next week.
Try me.
So there is that. Well, it's out for pre-release, which I've got pre-release. So I could play that on Friday. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you have a wonderful week ahead. Also, can we get some GGs in chat for the mods who've been covering very kindly during my overtime? And I got Mrs. Squirrel texting me about food. And she can't understand why I've not finished already. Right, have a great week ahead, guys. If you're in the UK, enjoy your bank holiday tomorrow. I shall see you all next week. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. Good night.